Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the February Ordinary Meeting of Council. Welcome to those in the room and those watching online. This meeting is being not only live streamed but also recorded as well. Welcome to councillors, CEO, acting CEO, I should say, Nick. Welcome to you and those in the room. I appreciate your attendance. I begin by acknowledging the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Guyabal, Jarrah and Biggamwell peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's First Peoples. Councillors, there's a couple of values moments I would like to mention today. One is fiercely internal with external support, and the other one is external with internal support. The first one is the Yarraman State School, the successful advocacy by the community for some time and the support of Council to extend to Year 10, which will commence from next year, which is a great result. And I know that councillors were in that northern area yesterday at Yarraman School. I'm sure would have been mentioned while you're up there as well, with a level of excitement. So that's a good win for the community, and thank you to councillors for your advocacy on that. The second is in regard to the efforts of our disaster management and local disaster management group last week, with the forecast rainfall that didn't eventuate to the level that it was. However, our teams right across council and indeed external to council worked together to make sure we were well prepared. So I wanted to acknowledge the efforts of those in preparedness activities for what may well have been. So councillors, with those few words, I'll move then directly to the reception of deputations and delegations by appointment, of which we have none for today. Item number 3 then is the attendance, including apologies, leave of absence, granting leave of absence and declaration of conflicts of interest. We do have some declarations of conflicts of interest that councillors will have received, which I'll get to shortly. We don't have any apologies. We do note the absence of Councillor James O'Shea, with no resolution required. Are there any granting of leave of absence required, councillors, at this point? If not, we'll then move to the prescribed conflicts of interest, of which I don't have any recorded. I'm noting that we do have some declarable conflicts of interest, and I'll begin with Councillor Gary Gardner.
In relation to item number 12.2, Toowoomba Regional Parking Strategy, I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest on this matter at the Infrastructure Committee meeting on the 2nd of December 2025. Item number 4, Toowoomba Regional Parking Strategy, and of Council's decision to allow me to participate in the matter include by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter.
Thanks, Councillor Gary. Move now to Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair. In relation to item number 12.2, Toowoomba Region Parking Strategy, I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest on this matter at the Infrastructure Committee meeting of 2 December 2025, and of Council's decision to allow me to participate in the matter, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I'll participate in the decision about the matter, including voting on the matter.
Thanks, Councillor Edwina. Move to Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In relation to item number 12.2, Toowoomba Region Parking Strategy, I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in this matter at the Infrastructure Committee meeting of 2nd of December 2025, item number 4, Toowoomba Region Parking Strategy, and of Council's decision to allow me to participate in the matter, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter.
Thank you very much, Councillor Melissa. I also have a declarable conflict of interest on the same matter. So in relation to item number 12.2, Toowoomba Region Parking Strategy, I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest on this matter at the Infrastructure Committee meeting on 2 December 2025, item number 4, Toowoomba Region Parking Strategy, and of the Council's decision to allow me to participate in the matter, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. Councillors, are there any other declarable conflicts of interest or prescribed at this stage? Anyone would like to raise? Councillor Tim?
Chair, no, but may I return to the leaves of absence part of the motion, if that's all right?
I'll just finalise any more conflicts of interest. If something does come up through the meeting for you or another councillor, please feel free to raise that at the point in time. Councillor Tim, back to you.
Thank you, Mayor. May I please request through the chamber a leave of absence for the committee meeting scheduled to be held on Tuesday, the 14th of April, 2026, please.
Okay, Councillor Tim, you'd like to move the granting of leave of absence. If someone will second that. Second, Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I too, my apologies, need to request a leave of absence for any special meeting that may occur on Wednesday the 18th of March, as I will be away at a waste summit on council business. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. So we'll record any special meeting scheduled for the 18th of March. So moved by Councillor Melissa, seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Anyone else at this stage? Thank you, councillors. We'll move then to item number 4, which is the confirmation of minutes of the ordinary meeting 20th of January 2026. All councillors were present. The motion is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of council dated 20 January 2026 be confirmed. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We move then to business arising from the minutes. Any business arising? If not, we move then to item number 6, which is the presentation of petitions. Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like to present a petition that apologies, not enough coffee this morning. This petition draws to the attention of council that the community of Nobby currently has no access to a local public library. The nearest library, located in Clifton, operates Tuesday to Thursday during standard business hours, which are inaccessible to most Nobby families who work outside the community. This lack of access limits opportunities for children to develop strong literacy skills and prevents adults from using library resources for lifelong learning, study, or community connection. We therefore request Council to extend the Toowoomba Regional Council mobile library service to include a regular stop in Nobby. We further request that the service operate later in the day or early evening, allowing adults to access library materials after work and enabling children to use the service locally without requiring transport to another town. This initiative would provide equitable access to library resources, support literacy and learning, and strengthen community engagement for Nobby residents. The petition, I believe, is completed correctly with 114 signatures, which is extraordinary from the Nobby community. So I put a motion that this petition be accepted.
Okay, councillors, the motion is that petition be received. Seconded by Councillor Carroll. Any need to go into debate? If not, those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Melissa. We'll hand that to Acting CEO. Nick? Thank you for that. We move then to item number 7, which is business for which the Mayor wishes to have considered, a mayoral minute of which there are none today, councillors. Item number 8, reception and consideration of committee reports. 8.1, Planning and Development Committee. The motion is that the report of the Planning and Development Committee dated 10 February 2026 be received. Moved by Councillor Trevor, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. We move to 8.2, which is the Water and Waste Committee. There's one substantive item with a request for extension of time for presentation of draft waste management strategy to Council. Any need to pull that out for discussion? If not, the motion before us is that the report of the Water and Waste Committee dated 10 February 2026 be received and the recommendation therein be adopted. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We move to item number 8.3, councillors, which is the Infrastructure Committee, of which there's one substantive item, which is the Toowoomba Region Principal Cycle Network Plan Review. Any need to pull that out for discussion? If not, the motion is that the report of the Infrastructure Committee dated 10 February 2026 be received and the recommendation therein be adopted. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Move to 8.4, councillors, which is that the motion is that the report of Environment Community Committee dated 10 February be received. Moved by Councillor Tim. Seconder, Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Move to 8.5, Corporate Services Committee. There's two substantive items, the first of which is number 3, which is Operational Plan Report, and the second was a confidential consideration of request for a rate concession. Any of those items need to be pulled out to discuss. If not, the motion before us is that the report of the Corporate Services Committee dated 10 February 2026 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Item number 8.6, God bless you, Jake. Item number 8.6 is the Economic Development Committee, and the motion is that the report of the Economic Development Committee dated 10 February 2026 be received. Moved by Councillor Edwina, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. We move then, councillors, to item number 9, which is the monthly performance statement. I invite General Manager Anne-Marie Johnson to come forward to present the monthly financial performance statement for the month of February. Welcome, Anne-Marie. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, councillors. So I'm presenting the monthly financial performance statement for the period ending 31st of January. So the reports that you've received today are the consolidated financial performance statement, including the reports for separate business units, the reforecast result to the 30th of June 2026, and we've presented that one in consolidated financial performance statement format. And this is in lieu of a full budget review. We presented key capital projects by group, including the capital reprioritisation report and the summary report for disaster recovery funding. Also included is the monthly financial investment report, which is a confidential report. So these reports will provide you with the full operating and capital outcomes to the 31st of January. But I think more importantly, that reforecast result to the 30th of June 2026. So the first attachment is the consolidated financial performance statement. So we're looking at operating income with a favourable variance of 9.6 million or 2%. That's relating primarily to fees and charges and interest received. So fees and charges, the variance 8.6 million, and that's reflected in the reforecast and is due to increase in activity across a number of areas. Interest received 1.5 million above budget, and that's as a result of our strong cash holdings at the moment and interest rates higher than we had originally anticipated. Operating expenditure tracking to budget with a favourable variance of 8.4 million or 3%. So relating to materials and services and other expenditure, 4.4 million or 6% below budget, and flood recovery works 4.4 or 26. And that's again due to the January 2024 event works being delivered internally. And we have recognised 1.2 million of that variance in the 30th of June forecast. So with the materials and services, you've got a note of the various areas, and we can see that there's some identified savings across a number of operational areas and also some timing differences where we're anticipating the expenditure to increase over the coming months. With capital income tracking with a favourable variance, 2.9 million or 9%. And again, that's the 1.8 for Carney Springs Recreation Clubhouse, budget for last financial year received this year, and also disaster recovery funding grants recognised for works that extended past the 30th of June 2025. These are realised variances, not timing. Capital expenditure continues to track below budget with a variance of 9.5 million or 12%. You've also got consolidated financial performance statements for the water business, for wastewater, waste services, fleet and logistics, and for the Toowoomba aerodrome. The Treasury report shows a cash balance of 226 million in unrestricted cash, or 9.6 months, against the Queensland Government's financial sustainability guideline of greater than 2 months. Total borrowings at the 31st of January, 190 million. So I wanted to take you through the reforecast result to the 30th of June. So previously, councils, we've had 2 or 3 full budget reviews. And what we've shown is that with changes in activity, that we've seen those peaks and troughs, and we usually end up quite close to where we started. So rather than that full budget review process, last year we commenced giving you a reforecast every month and just highlighting anything that has changed from that original adopted budget. So it should be noted that the timing of the receipt of the financial assistance grant remains uncertain. So this is something that we've got absolutely no control over. So you may recall that we received 2.88 million for the current year's financial assistance grant in the last days of the previous financial year. So it's unable to be expended, or the corresponding expenditure can't occur, and we just don't know what's happening in that area. We have received 1.4 million this year from our allocation, so there's another 1.45 anticipated to be received sometime this year, with no indication at this stage if there will be any advance payment for next year's grant. So that will always impact when we look at a small operating surplus. A couple of $1 million, $2 or $3 million payment will impact that result and can be the difference between a surplus, a small surplus or a small deficit. So they're the challenges that the team face with the reforecast. At this stage, the reforecast, based on the information to hand and not anticipating any advance payments of the 26-27 financial assistance grant, we're looking at an operating surplus of 5.5 million. So that's an increase of 4 million from the original adopted budget at June last year. Income is forecast favourably, operating income at 12.5 million against that original adopted budget. That's offset by an additional 8.5 million in operating expenditure. It should be noted that expense capital has not been reforecast at this stage. So expense capital comes to light as our work in progress capital expenditure as we create the assets from that capital expenditure. And when the expenditure is reviewed over the last couple of years, there has been some items that don't satisfy Australian accounting standards for that capitalisation process. We don't budget for expense capital, but again, that's a variable that we will report over the coming months. Capital income is reforecast at 5.3 million over the original adopted budget, and that's primarily in our flood recovery works. And there's additional 4.8 million, the total of 5.3, with 4.8 of that being for flood recovery works, offset by 4.6 million in additional expenditure. So early works at Cressbrook Dam are anticipated to commence in the middle of this year, as GM Jake has been keeping him up to date with. So at this stage, we forecast to deliver approximately 181 million in capital works for the full financial year. So very happy to take any questions. I know that's a lot of information.
No, thank you. Very good, comprehensive. Questions, Councillor Tim and Councillor Melissa.
Chair, thank you. Good morning, Anne-Marie. Myself and colleagues, as a comment, were driving through Crow's Nest yesterday. There is a very large amount of big machinery sitting right next to the highway, and I thought to myself, goodness me, I wonder what that's for. We must be pretty close. So just picking up on your comments about work starting. Congratulations on a forecast surplus. My question was actually related to the consolidated financial performance forecast to 30th of June. In that, the MSOE has gone over budget by 5 million. And you did give a reason for that, and it was private works that had taken place with a net positive result to council. So has that net positive result, is that included in the recurrent revenue of fees, charges and other income at the top of that page?
So I'm referring to this page here and the one up on the screen. Sorry, councillors. So the income for private works is reflected in the fees, charges and other income. So that's another income amount. And you can see in the reforecast budget, there is an additional $11.5 million there. And that is offset by $5 million in recurring expenditure in materials and services and other expenditure. So if you look at the, so the answer is yes, that's where it is. So there's income and expenditure with a surplus, and the surplus is reflected in the bottom line.
So spend 5, make 11?
Sorry, say that again?
Spend 5, make 11? Not quite as clear as that?
No, that's not quite correct.
No, I was picking up what's this 5 million, but it's great to see that it's actually reflected in the other end of the balance sheet as well. My only question was, MSOE is materials and services, and the other expenditure always gets me because it's ambiguous. Is private works, is that not a capital thing, or is that other expenditure?
No, it can only be capital works if it creates an asset for council. So if you're doing works for someone else, for private organisation, it becomes their asset. So it's our operating expenditure.
Thank you for the answers. Well done.
Thanks. Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I actually have 3 questions, and 2 of them will need to be answered by General Manager Jake. So while Jake comes up, I'll ask Anne-Marie one question, please. So the Asset Sustainability Ratio, or ASR, is in the red flag area. The target of 60%, the actual cumulative is 25.4%, with the monthly ASR of 17.13%. The renewals are only 35% of year-to-date capital spend, and the budget was 56%. So this means more new and upgrade projects, fewer renewals, and potential long-term asset pressure. The report warns that sustained underinvestment in renewals may create sustainability risk. This in turn highlights a key strategic concern. Will this trend continue for the remainder of the financial year?
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you for providing that question on notice. So the trend will continue for the current financial year. When we bring down the full budget, we provide the results for 10 years, and we're audited over the last 5 years, over a 5-year average. And the 5-year average shows that we're still maintaining that 60% target. But and across the next 10 years of our long-term financial forecast, which is the main lead indicator for council, you can see that we will come back within that 60% target. What's really important is that we are delivering growth infrastructure, and so growth infrastructure will always be new expenditure. So it's really important that we balance the infrastructure for growth with maintaining our $7 billion worth of infrastructure that we currently have, while maintaining that $7 billion with renewal as much as possible. But we know that there are times when upgrading is in the best interests of the asset. So that's the balance. So at the moment, we're looking at, we're anticipating that we'll get above the 30% by the 30th of June, but not to the 39.2%, which is what we budgeted for when we brought down the budget in June this year. That figure, that asset sustainability ratio, is calculated as at the 30th of June. So it depends on what the value of the actual renewal delivered up to the 30th of June and also the depreciation. So whatever our depreciation figure is, and there's still works in progress there.
Thank you very much, General Manager Anne-Marie. So the next two questions are for General Manager Jake. So the first question, Jake, if I may, the report states that the high cash levels are partly due to lower than forecast capital expenditure. What's the reason behind that lower forecast? And in the report, it says the major delays are the Crestbrook Dam Safety Project. It's 4.6 million below budget because it's still in the design phase and that still continues. So my question is also, when will the design phase be complete? What's the updated delivery timeline? And is the design phase progressing to revised schedule?
Through the Chair, thank you, Councillor Melissa, for your questions. In relation to the Crestbrook Dam Safety Upgrade Project, the final design package, of which there's 8 design packages in total, is anticipated to be submitted to the Dam Safety Regulator in early July, with the first 2 packages relating to hydrology and ALARP anticipated to be submitted to the Dam Safety Regulator in approximately late April, early May. As far as the updated delivery timeframe, it's anticipated that the construction program will still take 2 years to complete once construction starts, and as has already been indicated by my colleague, early works is commencing in May, and with the excavation of the plunge pool, so the first lot of works will start in May of this year and anticipated to take 2 years, obviously weather dependent, but we have a program that allows for a certain amount of wet weather, but if we get a wetter than average year, it may take a little bit longer. In relation to the design phase progressing to a revised schedule, we're still on schedule to see those designs submitted in the timeframe I said earlier. And in order to do that, we're working very closely with the Dam Safety Regulator and the Technical Review Panel. So both of those two entities provide extensive technical reviews of our design. And we're working with them to ensure that those reviews occur and that comments made in relation to our design are closed out in a satisfactory and timely manner with our design partners, SMEC and Seymour White, as our constructors.
Thank you, Jake. And my final question was about the waste revenue. So being in my portfolio, it piqued my interest. It says in the report that the commercial waste volumes are high. Is this increased commercial waste, what effect does that have on the lifespan of the landfill? One question. What are the implications for the long-term landfill capacity planning? And 3, is revenue growth aligned to the waste strategy objectives?
Through the Chair, thank you again, Councillor, for the question. In relation to the impact of commercial waste on the lifespan of the landfill, the waste business is essentially a business around airspace. So the more space we have, we have a certain finite amount of space, and that space is filled by rubbish. But with the increased disposal at our sites, it is consuming the available airspace, meaning that the life of the current cell will be consumed. However, the charges that we levy against the commercial users offset those additional costs. So we charge appropriately to ensure that that airspace is valued, and so as it is consumed in a commercial sense, that extra consumption is then offset by additional capital to dispose of the waste and to manage it appropriately. As far as the implications for long-term landfill capacity planning, as the landfill is being consumed or the space is being consumed by commercial waste, we may need to construct cells sooner. But as you are aware, Council is currently undertaking a $13.2 million vertical expansion project to deliver that additional waste capacity at our Bedford Street facility. And with waste as it comes in and including some growth, that cell should provide about 5 years of capacity. With the opportunity for further expansion on that site, we have environmental approvals to construct at least another expansion project, which will provide another 5 years of of capacity, and next year our waste management team will be working with the department to extend additional approvals. We have quite a large site at Bedford Street to facilitate additional expansion should they be required into the future. As far as whether revenue growth is aligned with the waste strategy objectives, as you councillors are aware, we're currently in the final stages of preparing the new waste strategy, and as part of this we'll be completing a full cost price model to inform the sustainability of our strategy from a financial perspective. As councillors are aware, diversion of waste from landfill and the circular economy are two major components within the Queensland Waste Strategy, and council's new strategy will look to align closely with these. We anticipate that our new education officer will also assist not just in reducing waste from our residential waste generators, but also assisting the commercial sector to ensure that their waste is reduced and to ensure that as much as possible waste can end up into the circular economy. So we are working as hard as we can to divert waste. The more we divert, the less we pay and levy, but also the less we need landfill expansions, and the less space we need to ensure that waste is treated and disposed of appropriately.
Thank you, GM Jake. And I will just reiterate, I met with the new education officer, Melissa, through the week. I'm really excited about what's going to happen in that space. It's really exciting for the community because, as you just correctly stated, the more that we divert out of our landfill, the less we pay in the state levy, which means the less that the community pay, but it's also not just financial but environmental as well. So I'm really looking forward to Melissa's impact on that space. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Councillor Melissa, Jake and Anne-Marie, for your comprehensive answers. Councillor Trevor.
Thanks, Mayor. Maybe a question for our GM Anne-Marie or GM Jake. Last year, the state government committed $24 million to the Crestbrook Dam Upgrade Fund. Where are we at with that? Where is that sitting?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor, through the chair.
Don't underdo it, mate. 54 million, not 24 million. Yeah.
24,
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
54. I had 54
Thank you.
written
Thank
down
you.
here.
We don't want to
54.
record that one.
I'll
Holy hell.
rephrase that, the 54 million. Where is that?
You nearly made me a bit nervous there, Trevor.
No, that's all right. Where are we sitting with that? Jake?
So currently we've finalised from our perspective the funding agreement. So whenever the state government provides a grant, they enter into a funding agreement which has a milestones-based agreement. So from our perspective, that agreement has been finalised. We're now just waiting for it to go through internal state government approvals before it'll be executed by the CEO and the Director General. So we hope to see our first tranche of funding from that agreement in early April to middle of April at this stage, depending on approval and authorisation from the state government.
Thanks for the update.
I guess that raises the next question in regard to forecasting end of year, capital funding and where that sits, income, to see how that won't affect our surplus or deficit, but it does affect our balance sheet. Yeah. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to the General Manager, Anne-Marie. Thanks for the report. Just a question about grants. So councillors have good visibility on things such as the Residential Activation Fund, our federal and state budget submissions, but what's happening with our grant applications? Do we have an officer working on those? Has it been split up into portfolios? What's the latest, please?
Yes, we have a full-time grants officer. We have established a dashboard that councillors have access to, so it's live data of everything that has been applied for and the current status. So in the Corporate Services Group monthly report, the very last report of the day at ordinary meeting, we give you a snapshot of that dashboard. Noting that it's out of date, that dashboard, it was as at the 31st of January, but you can have a look anytime. I'm happy to take any councillors through the dashboard. You can sort it by operational and capital, by state and federal, what we've applied for, where we've been successful and what's still pending. That's all provided in up-to-date live information.
Thanks very much, Councillor Rebecca. Thanks for your answer. Anne-Marie, any other questions? Councillor Bill?
Thanks, Chair. Just further to that, through your Chair, Anne-Marie, Can you refresh my memory? Might have been a while ago. I'm just wondering, is there a set of guide rails for the grants officer? Has that been reviewed? What inputs have been contributed there?
Thanks for the question. So you may recall when we repurposed vacant positions to create the council's first grants officer role a couple of years ago. We did struggle with recruiting to that role in the beginning. The grants officer that we have now is doing a terrific job, is a member of the South East Queensland Grants Officer Network, so works closely with other councils. Our dashboard is sets the benchmark really. It's a very good benchmark that all our operational area can use to track on how we're going with different grants. But if you look at something like the Crestbrook one, sorry, the 54 million for Crestbrook, because that was how that grant was announced, that hasn't gone in as grants that we actually applied for, even though we did the detailed business case a number of years ago. So grants like that do take a bit of work on how we will reflect them in the figures that you're seeing. But the grants officer is doing a terrific job, working very closely with operational areas on ensuring that we are applying for everything that's available there and receiving that information actually to what is available and ensuring the operational areas are aware when there's grants funding.
Yeah, and I agree. That person is doing a great job. I guess my question is, what are the guardrails? What are the guidelines as the types of capital infrastructure that we're applying grants to? What type of operational matters? What is our? You've heard me say that an opportunity isn't always an opportunity because once it hits our asset list, it's a depreciation bill that increases and goes north. So I guess the nub of my question is, what qualifies for good capital or operational matters? I trust there's a brains trust of executive people who are making decisions, but I'm just wondering whether council has some sort of input or some strategic oversight of, in the light of where we're heading, and particularly with our visioning for growth corridors, planning matters of the like, key infrastructure. I mean, I'm not saying anyone's doing a bad job, but it might be good for us to get on the page together to say, this is why we apply for this type of grant, because these sorts of things are covered in that. I don't know. A suggestion, perhaps?
There is policy and procedure for the grants function at council, and it has recently been audited through council's internal audit function. And the report on the grants function was presented to the audit committee. I think that team are doing a pretty good job in the area. So there is policy and procedure guiding that function.
So what you're saying is that it's an operational policy?
Correct, yes.
So it's only an assumption, Councillor Bill, but I would say that we set the budget, we've got an operational plan, a capital works program. The first port of call will be to find grants that relate to what we're doing. Yeah. That'd be the guardrail, if you laughed at guardrails. Yeah. Certainly happy for Anne-Marie to furnish with some more information, but that would be the...
I'm just trying to join the dots. So
would that be a correct assumption?
Yes, I'm very happy to share the policy and procedure and take any questions. I'll share that with councillors later on today.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm pleased to hear that sometimes in times past there's been a nice coloured flag that gets waved and then we divert off there and put a grant in after it. But I'm pleased to hear that we're actually on a path, and I'm sure that that's a coordinated approach. So, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Bill. Councillor Kerry.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Anne-Marie, for your report, and very good to see that the grants officer is contributing worthwhile results to the council. Just in relation to the guardrails that Councillor Bill was referring to, the provision of a provision of a grants officer comes at some expense. One assumes they're appropriately paid. Organisations in the community, like sporting organisations, just various community organisations, don't have the ability to acquire grants officers and pay them. That's all done voluntary work. Is there any, notwithstanding the primary purpose of this, our grants officer is to look for grants for council, is there any possibility that information that he or she obtains from time to time could be made available and directed to various sporting or community groups to which it might apply?
I'll hand over to the acting CEO, Nick, but I know the officer is working on very closely with the outgoing grants area. So our grants office is primarily with incoming grants, but is working with the outgoing grants on a software solution for our community, which will highlight all grants that are available for not-for-profit groups. So I'm happy to provide councillors with an update on that one as well later today. And there's a lot of work going around just with what grants are available throughout Australia for various community groups. So I'll provide that one later.
We might hand over to Nick just to get to the core of your question, which is, would we offer this as a service to community groups to help them write grants? That's your question? Okay, I'll hand over to Nick.
Thanks, Mayor, and good morning, councillors. Councillor Shine, we have a network of community development officers and sport development officers that are in regular contact with the community groups and sporting groups and other organisations that you're suggesting, and they indeed do share those grants availabilities with those groups. They're also available to meet with them to help them develop their grants. We won't write them for them, but we certainly assist with our expertise around the preparation of those grants and provision of other supporting information and documentation like links to council or other, strategies, letters of support and all those sorts of things to help them pursue those grant opportunities.
Well, at the top of your head, you wouldn't have any idea of results of that assistance that grant officers have been given to the community groups?
No, off the top of my head I wouldn't, but it wouldn't be difficult for us to compile that information. We'll certainly go to some effort to see if we can do that and circulate that to councillors for information.
Thanks, Nick. Councillor Bill?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Anne-Marie, I note positively the Queensland Treasury's target of 2 months cash at hand or reserve, and we're 9 months. That's what, four and a bit times the measurement or the benchmark that they set, which is really good. It's positive. It allows us to deal with shocks along the way that might be natural disaster or sorts of things, notwithstanding the NDRA stuff. But it's a good position to be in, despite all our challenges. Yeah. Is that a
Councillor Bill?
Yep.
What might be useful for all of us and the community is potentially, what are we up to now? February, March, yeah, so before the third quarter is to actually have a forecast of the next 5 years, because that may demonstrate why we have a rather large cash holding at the moment, which in 28, 29, 30, 31 is right on the wire. So it might be, you're right, and that's why we've needed to do this, but it may be useful if Anne-Marie can do that for the next meeting, just to demonstrate that. Thanks, Councillor Bill. Any other questions, councillors, in regard to this? If not, thank you for the questions, councillors, and thank you for your responses, Anne-Marie and also Jake. The motion before us is that the monthly financial performance statement for the period 31 January 2026 be received. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks, Jake. Thank you, Anne-Marie. We then move to item number 10, councillors, which is the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report for February 2026, noting that we have Acting CEO Nick instead of Sal, and hand over to you, Nick.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning again, councillors. I very temporarily find myself sitting in front of you as Acting CEO whilst Sal's on a short period of leave, and I do expect this arrangement to only be short. Nevertheless, I'm happy to provide an update, but I'll be keeping it brief. A couple of things to update you on, councillors, is the temporary local planning instrument adoption completed from the January meeting, and council be aware of its resolution at that January ordinary meeting to delegate authority to the CEO to formally adopt TLPI 01/2026, which was Table of Assessment for Building Works, subject to receiving ministerial approval to adopt the TLPI as proposed by council. So on 10 February 2026, the Minister of State Development, Infrastructure and Planning approved the making of that temporary local planning instrument as proposed by council, and on the 16th February, yesterday, as Acting CEO, I adopted that TLPI on behalf of council in accordance with the resolution of that January council meeting. Also yesterday, the TLPI was made available for inspection on council's website, and a planning and development alert was issued to advise the adoption of the TLPI. A formal public notice will be published in the newspaper tomorrow, Wednesday, 18 February, in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act. The purpose of that TLPI is to ensure building works, demolition, triggers accessible development under the existing planning scheme where it relates to heritage places, and is effectively a continuation of a TLPI that's been in place for the last 4 years. The second update I wanted to provide you is also in relation to a council decision from January, and that was around People First Bank follow-up, and following council's January resolution that the CEO discuss a trial for co-location of a People First Bank employee in a council-owned facility at Millmerran, Oakey and Pittsworth. CEO is to discuss that with the People First Bank CEO. I can report that CEO Sal did meet with CEO of People First Bank, Steve Laidlaw, to discuss council's interest in exploring a co-location model in Millmerran, Oakey and Pittsworth. During that discussion, People First Bank reaffirmed its ongoing commitment to the Toowoomba region, including its long-term investment in the CBD through construction of a new head office on Ruthven Street, which has been publicly announced and is well progressed. The bank has also publicly stated that this development will support hundreds of local jobs and represents a long-term regional presence. In relation to council's resolution regarding a co-location trial, Mr Laidlaw advised that heightened security and operational requirements associated with modern banking facilities mean that co-location of bank staff or banking operations within council-owned facilities is not feasible. This advice aligns with contemporary prudential and security expectations applying to authorised deposit-taking institutions, including strict controls over physical security, access management and operational risk. On that basis, while the bank appreciated council's willingness to explore alternative service models, People First Bank advised that a co-location trial could not proceed. Nevertheless, our CEO, Sal, will continue to engage with People First Bank to identify and discuss other potential opportunities for collaboration. Councillors, those are the two items that I had as an update for you whilst I sit in the chair for a week, but if there are any questions, I'll do my best to answer them, or we'll take them on notice.
Thanks very much, Nick. Councillor Bill?
Just a quick comment, Mayor, if I may. All is not lost, and I would encourage, as one who's seen first-hand benefit of the PCCN, Crow's Nest Bank, aligned with the old heritage, now with the new People's First Bank, that returns a phenomenal amount of money immediately back into the community, and there are some wonderful legacy projects that they've been involved in that wouldn't have got out of the ground without their funding, and in collaboration with council and community. So I'd urge those other communities to liaise with the board of the PCCN and how they might set up a community branch in there. And the net result for the region-wide is potentially huge benefits. And that's been a successful model ever since I was first in council at Crow's Nest. So I'd just encourage the others to look at that for a net gain. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Bill. Any other questions for Nick? If not, the motion before us is that the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report be received. Moved by Councillor Gary, seconded by Councillor Aduina. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We move then, councillors, to item number 11, which is the Mayor's monthly report. Of that, there is a slight change to the motion in that, obviously, timing for submitting of this report, we put in the Branchview Bridge naming, and obviously due to the inclement weather, that didn't happen. So there's a slight change to the motion. The motion reads that the Mayor's monthly report be received, noting the Branchview Bridge opening was postponed from Friday, 13 February, due to inclement weather. So that is the change that was made for the motion. Councillors, and following on from what Nick has mentioned, the letter from Michael Cameron is included, and largely what Nick has just said is in that letter as well. That's the chair of People First Bank. Councillors, are there any questions in regard to the report? If not, the motion is as I've read. Sorry, Councillor Tim, question?
Thank you. I'll call it a comment, but I was a bit... The publicly available attachment 4, which is a response from the chairman of the bank, to me is a bit of a... I'll call it a kick in the teeth, Chair. The letter talks about the availability of alternate banking services, and for the people of Oakey, Chair, the closest banking service is Clifford Gardens, and many of them have no way to get there. And I suppose I'd like to put that on record, that there is simply no alternative banking services for many of these small towns, and that probably is the reason for the community frustration. Thank you.
I'll take that as a comment. Councillor Kerry, question?
Yeah, just in relation to the letters to the federal and state treasurers, I was wondering if copies of those letters could be given to relevant members of parliament, senators, etc., who might use it as advocacy on our behalf.
That's a good point, Councillor Shine. In the report itself, we've only included in the attachments the letters to the treasurers, both treasurers, but there is a comprehensive list of who those letters have gone to, actually in the report, which includes the Honourable Catherine King, Senator the Honourable Murray Watt, Honourable Christy McBain, Honourable Milton Dick, Honourable Shane Newman, Mr. Shane Newman, Anthony Chisholm, Corinne Mulholland. So it's in the report that includes those people. It's just the letter is just the sample, but the information is the same.
And similarly for the state members, I presume.
And the state members, it's gone to not only the Premier as well as the Treasurer, our local, all 5 local members, including the Treasurer, Minister for Local Government, Minister for Transport, Minister for Sport, Minister for Housing, and the Leader of the Opposition. So, thank you. Any other questions, councillors? If not, the motion is, as I've read, which the Mayor's monthly report be received, noting the Branchview Bridge opening was postponed from Friday, 13 February 2026 due to inclement weather. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We move then, councillors, to the officers' reports, the first of which is item 12.1, which is administrative amendments to the 2024-2029 corporate plan. And in order to work through that, I welcome Christine Wilkins to come forward. Christine, welcome to you. Thank you. And compliments on the report with the track changes as well. It makes it much easier for council, so I do appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, councillors. This agenda item relates to proposed administrative amendments to Council's 2024 to 2029 corporate plan. I'll take the report and its attachments as read, noting that the amendments are minor and address formatting inconsistencies, remove duplicate content, correct errors and update imagery to reflect current council and executive leadership. These changes are administrative in nature and do not alter the intent, strategic direction or endorsed outcomes of the corporate plan. The recommendation before Council is to note the administrative amendments in track changes shown in attachment 1 and to endorse the amended 2024-2029 corporate plan contained in attachment 2. I welcome any comments or questions through you, Mr Mayor.
Thanks very much, Christine. Councillor Tim, question? Comment?
No question, Chair. Thank you, Christine. I've read the changes. I have no issues. They are, as you say, administrative in nature, and thank you for your work. I'm happy to move, Chair.
Okay, moved by Councillor Tim. Do we have a second? Seconded by Councillor Edwina. Any need for questions, or we've got questions? Councillor Tim? Councillor Bill, sorry.
Wouldn't be the first time I've been called Tim Carl. Hey, Christine, is it too? Look, it's not a biggie. Not really overly worried about it. Just on the Councillor Mayor's page, I note on the water operations, things been left off my list of obligations, functions. As I said, it's not a biggie.
No,
if it's ready to go to print, then who cares? But yeah,
it's coming to council for any potential changes, so we can include that.
I have gone through it, and I just was flicking through, and I just picked it up then. So,
sure.
If it's too late, it's too late. I'm not. I don't. I know what I do. So anyway.
Thank you, Councillor. No, it's not too late to add that. We can definitely change that. Thank you for updating
that. You make a note of that rather than us changing the motion.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no worries.
We've got a mover in Councillor Tim, second Councillor Edwina. Any need to go into debate? If not, call the motion. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Christine. Appreciate that. We move to item 12.2, councillors, which is the Toowoomba Region Parking Strategy, and invite GM Mike and Manager Marie to come forward. Welcome to you both. Welcome, Mike. I'll hand over to Mike just for some opening remarks and then potentially Marie. Thanks.
Good morning, councillors, and we present before you the Toowoomba Region Parking Strategy for your consideration and potential adoption today. Councillors, this piece of work, as you are aware, has been in play for the last couple of years, and particularly in the last 12 months we've come together on a number of occasions to work through both in our CISs and different workshop formats to work through to try to get to a strategy that is well balanced, takes in consideration of the community's concerns and interests in regards to parking, and represents a best practice in contemporary parking management. It's, we believe, the best overall outcome for the community as a whole, and that's been sort of part of the objective, trying to balance all the stakeholder outcomes and needs. There was a lot of engagement undertaken both with the community particularly towards the end of 2024 and into the first half of 2025. And a lot of effort went into trying to take the issues on board and work through those to get an outcome that sort of balanced what could be done in respect to parking aspects. This strategy follows on from previous strategies. Our first strategy was 2014, and then the current strategy is 2019, which is still in play until we adopt a new one. And one of the other key things that this strategy is picked up on is where we can go with technology. Obviously, where technology has gone in the last 5 or 6 years is quite significant when it comes to, all areas of business, but also in that space of parking. In particular, a move towards pay-by-plate technology is a foundation piece of the strategy and is an enabler and a catalyst to us doing other elements of the strategy that we want to take forward. From the last workshop that we had with Council, in the report you'll note that we've taken on board the key issues that were identified there and worked through those. And in the report, under the issues and responses section of the report is where you'll find obviously those elements that will come back into the strategy or additional to the current strategy as it's written, and hence should Council adopt the strategy today along with these responses to those or the proposed amendments, they would be included into the final document. So councillors, we've taken that on board. I'm happy just to pass over to Marie for any introductory comments through you, Chair, if that's okay.
I'd love the opportunity for Marie to do that. I guess, Marie, we find ourselves in a position of returning to assess this, and obviously the previous strategy didn't get through from Council, so it'd be nice to know, and Mike's just alluded to attachment 4, it'd be nice to know if changes that you see have been done since then to now. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. In the report, we've specifically called out the wording changes that are proposed in the document. And in that, we've softened some of the wording around the actions because there was concern we were being prescriptive in the requirements on the likes of schools and sporting facilities. It's very much about trying to leverage a bit on what is already being done and working with the schools and sporting clubs to try and get the best possible community outcome, in the knowledge that every single sporting club and school precinct is unique and different, and the same applies from hospitals. So there is no one size fits all, which makes it very difficult to capture it in a simple way in a strategy. The other thing that is attached in attachment 4 is the start of an implementation plan where we start looking at what are the actual benefits. That's a work in progress, and we'll develop it before we implement any of the actual actions as we go forward, in the knowledge that we have a community who need to function. We want them to access services and goods and go about their daily life and continue to make Toowoomba and its regional towns as livable as possible. With that, I'll probably leave that to questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Marie. Questions, councillors, comments in regard to the strategy? Councillor Trevor and Councillor Melissa.
On page 255 of 484 of our package, there's an attachment 5 in there. Is it a spelling thing, or because I can't find an attachment 5?
The reference there, I'll have to just get the page numbers, make sure I'm on the same page as yourself. It's probably a reference to the previous report, but I'm...
It basically says the council workshop was held in 21 January 26 to further consider the current strategy. Going on, a draft parking strategy implementation plan. The first 12 months has been prepared. Attachment 5, which highlights key initial deliverables, their dependencies and potential customer impacts and benefits.
Attachment 4. Well, geez, that's a typo.
Okay, no, it's just
attachment 4.
I was a little bit going, where is it?
Yeah, sorry about that. Yep.
Good, thank you. Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and through you, thank you, GM Mike and Marie, for this report. We had a good session, Marie, with the one-on-one, so thank you very much for furnishing me with that further information. My original motion in 2022 was aimed at fairness and better engagement with the community reparking. The strategy needs to be about balanced positive reform for livability and economic development rather than parking crackdown. And I see good policy will strengthen these needs and community education before enforcement escalation. Transparent reporting will strengthen public confidence in the system, and it's imperative that we bring the community with us. Excuse me. So to that end, I have 4 questions. What will be the measurements of success for this new strategy? And about reporting, will there be annual public reporting, clear KPI dashboard, a grace period for enforcement, and will there be a 12-month review? 3, are staff being forced to park further away, and how will this impact shift workers, in particular hospitality workers? And 4, if 3P boundaries shift, are we increasing pressure on residential streets? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Melissa. So hand over to you, Marie.
Thanks for the questions, Councillor Melissa. In terms of the first question about measures of success in the strategy, we do have an evaluation of the strategy section within the strategy itself, section 9, and this goes into some details as to the implementation and the impact of the strategy. And further details are actually also supplied in the attachment 4, which is the 12-month implementation plan. Generally, what we would look to measure is things like utilisation, compliance levels, but also complaints and the costs of what we're doing. Hopefully that answers that question. Any follow-ups on that? In terms of question 2, annual reporting, there isn't any specifically proposed at the moment. There will be monthly reporting on the progress through the ISG Group monthly report to Council. A clear KPI dashboard, subject to the strategy being progressed, KPIs can then be developed specifically around each action and initiative in respect of those key deliverables and metrics. Current available data, which we already know of, includes cost, although it's not easy to get to, usage and compliance. But we'd look to actually start consolidating complaints across the 2 branches that deal with it and actually monitoring how they go. Grace period for enforcement. Enforcement does need to continue and develop through the various initiatives and implementation. The focus on any change will be continuing education and working with key stakeholders over time to ensure all users understand the various parking expectations. So as part of that, we've already started looking at the transition to various pieces of technology, mean that there'll be periods and locations where we'll suspend enforcement for short periods as we move through. In addition, we're also looking at whether we can develop $0 pains, which is after implementation, to actually help with that education a bit more, so that people understand that they perhaps haven't done the right thing, but there isn't any financial penalty associated with it. 12-month review. All initiatives will be assessed as they are delivered and issues addressed if required. That's part of any initiative rollout. We haven't specifically planned for a 12-month update because we have the monthly progress update, but that certainly can be accommodated if required. On question 3, where you ask if staff are being forced to park further away and how it will impact shift workers, we aren't specifically forcing staff to park further away, but we are trying to provide a wide choice of parking, and it's a matter of individual circumstance where people choose to park. Then there aren't any specific actions aimed at forcing users to park further away. There is encouragement and typically cheaper alternatives for users to use the outer parking areas should they require all-day parking. so as the customers and visitors have the options available closer to the businesses and shops, which is where the economic benefit can be realised by users coming in and using the facilities. It's also worthy of noting that the majority of our parking restrictions are actually already restricted to 9 till 5. There's very little outside of that time frame, which means most night and shift workers wouldn't necessarily be impacted by any of the proposed changes. There are no plans in the strategy or any of the operational work that's ongoing to change that extent beyond that 9 till 5. If the 3P boundaries shift, are there increasing pressure on residential street? I have covered this in the implementation plan in attachment 4, in that the proposed changes are relatively minor, but we wouldn't progress with them without consultation with those streets. In some instances, it might make it better for residents in that they will be able to have visitors stay all day themselves, where currently they can't. But in the understanding, if we do that, we are creating 8P, which some workers in the inner core may choose to park a little bit further out. So it's a balance, which is why we've identified consultation for each of those streets before we go forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Melissa. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Edwina and Councillor Tim.
Thank you, Mayor. Mine's actually in relation to attachment 3, which is confidential, so I'll try and keep it top level, if that's okay. Just in relation to the comms strategy and the budget that we're looking at for that, do we not already have the comms resources internally to be able to implement and put together an overall comms plan and strategy?
We do, and we do use our internal resources, but the dollars in any comms strategy is to do with a lot of the advertising and different things that we have to do. So if we do radio advertising, or occasionally we do TV advertising, marketing, or there's other elements to getting that out, be it the newspapers or, for that matter, flyers, letterbox drops, all those sorts of elements, those external elements, have to be paid for. So that's where the majority of the cost, when it comes to any sort of public engagement consultation, tends to be.
Thank you. I just refer to the note here, includes dedicated education resource in years 1 and 2 at an assumed charge out rate. So for me, that says an internal resource, which is an internal person to deliver. No?
Yeah, that's, so there's the consultation education side, but from a resourcing point of view internally, we want to have a person focused in the parking space. This strategy is a fairly significant change over the next few years, so actually putting the necessary resource behind the changes to bring that to fruition. So that's sort of on and above just the stakeholder engagement consultation team effort that would be there to support it. But there's also a need for somebody within our teams to have basically a full-time focus on parking, and that's what that's focused at.
So we need an extra person in the team.
Yeah, we'll probably reposition a role within from across council. We'd work with across the groups and work out where best to put the right type of role.
I guess my feedback, and this is to the acting CEO, whether we look at, because we're going to have, every year there'll be a new strategy plan that we have to produce, and it makes sense to me that we would have an internal comms person who would then work across different projects, and we wouldn't need to outsource this. Yeah.
If I could just...
I would assume we'd have internal comms people that would put together plans, because that's basic comms 101.
Correct, absolutely we do, and it's a reasonable comment, and I think it's about understanding what the demand on those resources are and the workloads, and ensuring that the resources are adequate and appropriate to what that workload would be. So a little bit of assessment to do to understand what that looks like, you know, this particular project over the next couple of years and other projects emerging.
Okay. All right. I just want the business to make sure that we are sharing resources across all areas, and comms, particularly for me, should be across all, instead of having dedicated resources just for a project brought into one team, having the comms team looking across everything. And I just want to make sure that this resource is working in with our comms team, please.
Noted, and I'd like to give you confidence that that's exactly as it works. Those resources sit in the comms team and are shared across the organisation and across projects to ensure you know, economies of scale, I guess, and efficiencies.
And again, this is why I come back to this question of why we have budgeted extra if it already sits in our comms team.
Well, the answer to that is the existing resources aren't adequate to keep up with the workload, and so the additional resource identified as being required.
Thank you.
Councillor Tim.
Chair, thanks. Well, similar but different. Any strategy requires money to implement, no matter what it is. Any strategy does that. And I know you've got that specified in attachment 3. I won't go into the numbers. I suppose I'm asking, what do you do from here? So should this pass today, do we then, do you, I mean, it's February and we've got a budget coming in for 3 months, really. Do you then put this into capital for 26, 27? How does that work from there?
I'll pass over to Marie in a moment, but I'll just say, first of all, it's operational expenditure, the vast majority of what would be implemented.
Right.
If there's opportunity to capitalise elements, that'll happen. But I'll hand to Marie and she'll talk about this first 12 months, which is the implementation plan. Thanks.
So the majority of the first 12 months is centred around the pay-by-plate transition. We already have estimates for that, and I've started moving forward with that project. At the minute, I'm working on being able to deliver that through the existing operational budgets within the branch. So there is not expected to be a sharp uptick in large-scale expenditure. Even the larger cost items, I want to do a deep dive in terms of making sure it's value for money before we commit. But as Mike said, there isn't a capital component to this, so we have to balance progress against the funding that's available to move each item forward.
No, thank you for the answer. Operational's great. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kerry.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mike and Marie. Just wondering if you could explain why the items in attachment 3 are in fact confidential, bearing in mind our obligation to be transparent and accountable.
Councillors, typically anything budget related, until it actually is committed by council, we typically, through most reports, we keep as confidential when we're talking about the actual budget dollars. That said, any attachment or any report that comes to council is confidential. Council has the opportunity and point to take it out of being confidential, to bring it into the public realm if that's the decision on council. But it's been our practice of past that if there's budget, the budget dollars shown in there are part of obviously council's bigger picture budget that has to go through, which for the next financial year is currently in development for 26-27, and ultimately that'll come through the steps and processes and potentially signed off in June. So obviously this has to be considered in the bigger picture as much as in respect just to the strategy.
So, sorry, Mike, so in June, the public would be made aware of the contents of attachment 3, basically? Is that the effect of what you're saying?
The public becomes aware of council's budget of the day, which may or may not include what you have in front of you today, because this is what the strategy, what we are suggesting the strategy is, level of investment the strategy requires to go forward in the timelines that we've flagged. Should council not, council may or may not support that. So what comes through into the budget and what council prioritises ultimately in the operational budget is a matter for council to consider in the bigger picture.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. There's no certainty in relation to what's in attachment 3 will become reality in the future, and until it does, it's not revealed. I'm just wondering whether that is a practice really that accords with our obligations to be accountable and transparent, and perhaps it's a question for another time.
I can speak to that briefly, councillors. Councillors, there is provision in the regulation to close the meeting to the public, and in this instance to make attachments confidential for the reasons of discussing the council's budget. So it does accord with that part of the regulation.
Councillor Bill? Councillor Rebecca.
Just to comment on that, Councillor Kerry's question, I'd suggest that, it's been put to us by the officers that there is a capacity issue. So some of these confidential items may in fact be tendered for by expertise to deliver. You don't want to flag to a potential third party what you're prepared to pay, and it says at the top of that table, high-level costings. So, there's a lot of sense in my mind that we would go through the process accordingly. And then once those, if they're required to be let, there's the internal capacity with comms itself, but there's the third-party stuff for specific skill sets that may be required, and that may or may not be within the organisation's capability. So, I don't know, I seem pretty comfortable. At the appropriate time, happy to move the strategy.
We have got a mover, and I'll note Councillor Carroll as a seconder. We'll leave it at that for the time being. Got a mover and a seconder. Acting GM Nick, acting CEO Nick, GM Nick. Did you want to just comment a little bit on what Bill may have said there?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I think, that's entirely accurate, Councillor Carl, to call out how this might be resourced into the future, and you don't want to reveal that information to potential providers. Also, in addition, could I say, Council, this information is provided at a high level, indicative cost. At the time that Council makes a decision and makes budget decisions about resourcing of the strategy and its implementation, it would be entirely appropriate at that time for you to reveal the cost of doing that. But at this stage, it's recommended that information remain in confidence, but if and when you arrive at a position that you're comfortable with the resourcing and implementation plan, it would be entirely appropriate at that time to be sharing the cost of implementation and ongoing monitoring and action.
I'd probably suggest that there'd be more information would be forthcoming in regard to those line items as well. I would suggest that may prioritise council's thinking as to what emphasis should be on particular areas. Councillor Rebecca.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I want to pick up on exactly what you just said then, which is that confidential attachment 3, without going into the specific numbers, shows what is being prioritised in this strategy by this council. And councillors might want to have another look at that attachment 3 and scroll across to that last total cost column and think about how comfortable you are with where the lion's share of costs are being attributed. And I second Councillor Shine's comments about the transparency and accountability that is demanded of us, and that if we are prioritising particular things in this strategy and using ratepayers' money to pay for them, that they should absolutely be included and made public in any motions about the parking strategy.
That's a valid point. I guess to give comfort to councillors, if you wanted to think about potentially what a motion could slightly change, then happy to consider that. But we do have a mover, Councillor Bill, and a second of Councillor Carroll at this stage for the motion. A question, Councillor Trevor?
Ditto to Councillor Shine and Councillor Von Hoff. There are costs there. With the current parking meters downtown, do we actually own them, or is it owned by that company? And if this gets up, the changeover from what's there now to pay by plate, keyboard, dashboard, whatever it is, how long will that take? Will it be enforced? Will it come over in one foul swoop, or will it be over months? Because that's going to be rather confusing to the general public.
Through you, Mayor, the meters are owned by council. The transition, I've mapped a bit of it out in attachment 4. In total, the transition to pay by plate would be around 4 to 5 months. The machines themselves, to change them, are about half a day, which is where it's actually a sequential move across all of the different systems of the plate ecosystem to get to where we need to go. Some of the meters need very little change because they've already got an alphanumeric keyboard. It's the ones that only have a numerical keyboard that we need to do a bit more retrofitting on.
Okay. And this is sort of a segue. Quite a few elderly people have said they'd come back to town if there was a coinage thing in it. Now, I'm not trying to confuse the debate here, but is that at all possible, or is that impossible?
It's possible to retain coinage, but at the moment we are seeing, depending on the meter, somewhere between 0 and 4% coin usage. It's probably costing us more to collect the coins as a council than we're actually making from the people using the meters.
Well, that's good clarity, so
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Thanks, Councillor Trevor. Councillor Tim?
I remember fighting pretty hard to get credit card use in them, Trevor, so that was an old one. Thank you for this. I do just need to get down into a few nuts and bolts very quickly before we sign off on this. If I could just take you to attachment 1, please. Just page 16, like the minorest thing ever. I think you left the bold on for one letter, and there's like the first C of all of them still bold. Yep, good. You've got that. I'm happy that you've got that. Page 18. There was a little bit of conversation in this chamber and through the subsequent workshops about. So there's a public parking area. It would be the bottom orange one on that. It's over near the Empire there, and it's an 8-hour 8p. And this strategy proposes changing it to a 4p. I think there was some around this room some desire to keep it at an 8-hour. I certainly think it should be an 8-hour. And you know, I know you're going to say there are other options available within a block. Can I just have a conversation about? Well, you've changed it to 4-hour. How would we go about changing it to 8-hour? What's the reasoning? Thank you.
In this strategy, we talk about the best practice of keeping the parking that is within the centre short-term and high turnover, and that is where that recommendation comes from. It's certainly within council's powers to elect to retain it as 8p, and that is a decision you can make. But as in terms of a strategy and a best practice, we've focused on trying to keep all of that parking in the centre as much as possible short-term.
So Thank you for that, but could I pick up on it because it looks like the bus depot is in the short stay zone and it's an all-day one?
We've identified that as remaining, primarily because that's managed under contract. So there's contract nuances we would have to deal with to make any substantive changes. It's also available for overnight and long stay parking. So if, for example, someone was going to Brisbane for 3 days, they could literally park there and get the Greyhound or the Murray service.
What's the car park? Sorry to be looking at a map, and I know we're at the 11th hour, but I just do need clarification. The one identified outside the Empire, there's one to the west of that. Do you have, and it's staying 8 hour because it's outside your short stay zone. Do you have usage for that one over there on, I know the one very well. But
Julia Street car park.
yeah.
Yeah, it's very high usage. Julia Street is running at close, I think, to 90% daily full. A lot of high usage there.
Yeah, so I suppose I'm still at a bit of a conundrum here because if we're moving the one outside the Empire, the southern one, to a 4 hour, that's going to increase the need for 8 hour, and we're going to say, well, you can park in Julia Street, but that's already full. So we still have a lot of staff who work in and around the CBD that need somewhere to park their car for 8 hours. And so we're saying go to Water Street or go to the bus depot. But
just about all of our other off-street car parks have capacity, which is where it's an incentive thing in terms of they are cheaper, they are a little bit further away, but they all have capacity. So Station Street, Water Street, they're the two with the biggest capacity. Chalk Drive has capacity.
okay. Thank you for the answer.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. Councillor Kerry.
There has been a concern in the community expressed to me often enough as to the future of the first half-hour free parking. What do you say about the likelihood of that continuing, and if not, how soon would it come to a conclusion?
It's one of the things I'm actually looking at with the transition to play-by-plate in terms of what the technology can achieve, what we wanted to achieve. So it's still in the strategy as something we're looking to do, but it may not happen depending on if I can find a technology solution in the chamber wish to keep it. One of the key things at the minute that causes us problems though is the need or the desire, and the signs are right there now, that people should actually register as soon as they arrive at the parking meter to get their 30 minutes free. That often doesn't happen, which causes some issues in terms of the turnover we're trying to achieve. So one of the things we will be trying to get out in the community education piece is, whether it stays or not, the absolute need to register to start the parking session as soon as you actually turn up in the bay.
I suppose a member of the public would wonder what happens if they don't register. What's the penalty? Is that and how is it determined? How is it discovered that they haven't registered?
Well, the issue with pay-by-plate is because we know which cars are parked where, if an enforcement officer walks past, they will be able to look up through the coordinated systems that the person hasn't registered. And that's why we've been talking about potential $0 pins initially.
Thanks, Councillor Kerry. Councillor Trevor.
Thank you, Murray, for that update from Councillor Kerry. In the report, I've read that half-hour free is going, but you've said something a little bit different there. So are we reconsidering that half-hour free? And I do understand that you do have to register, because if you don't register for that half hour, you can get fined. and that's okay with me. But are you saying that that half-hour free could still be remaining?
So this, again, talking to the best practice, which is what the document, the strategy is currently looking at, ideally it would go, but we recognise that we're looking at a best community outcome. At the moment, the information I have on the technology for pay-by-play is that it has to go to make pay-by-play work. What I'm doing at the minute is actually looking into those technology options to test them, to stress test them in terms of what can it do to actually be able to give council options for making a decision in that respect.
So if the machine can do half-hour free, the 1 hour down there will then revert to 2. Is that correct? Is that the plan?
Sorry, I didn't understand the
Sorry.
question.
If the machine can tolerate a half-hour free logging in with the pay-by-play, the 1 hour that is currently downtown, it's going to revert to 2 hours. Is that correct?
We've identified 3p.
3p. So downtown, where we've currently got 1 hour, what is that going to revert to?
2p paid.
2p. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Going on from that, endorse Councillor Tim regarding the major car parking areas to 8p. Obviously, there's a machine in there that can handle, if you're going to only be there for 3 hours, you pay for 3 hours. But if you're a worker and you need 8 hours and you need to get to town via the Neil Annan Street, Chalk Drive, Julia Street car parks, 8 hours should be available for all those people. And I'll get onto Verge Drive once we get further into it, which will happen obviously in year 2, 3, 4.
Do you want to make a comment at all around, obviously if you can park in an 8p, you can then set the time that you'd want to be parking there. That's your point, Trevor, so why wouldn't...
Exactly, like if you're only going to be there for half a day, you put in 3 or 4 hours and away you go, and it opens up to somebody in the afternoon.
I think the issue with the short term and with Neil and Annan in terms of best outcomes from the CBD from a economic outcome, which is why we looked at it, is because it's 8p now, before 9 o'clock it's full. So it's not available unless you're in really early to do that part-time or short stay, which is why we looked at changing it to short stay to increase the turnover and make more spaces available.
Sorry, don't see your point. It has to be 8p. That's it. And customers, yes, but we're also looking after the workers who work in the town. Where are they going to park? Our public transport isn't the greatest, so...
So this strategy is a strategy like all, I'd assume, that will have consultation and will have to be worked through, and exactly what you're saying, Trevor, may well be the feedback that comes back. Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I was sort of almost verging on debate here, but the whole idea of a parking strategy, I've been involved since 2008 with parking strategies, is to free up the inner city so people can come in, drive in, and there can be customers going in and out. Cars don't spend money, people do. And the fact is that if people who work and park for 8 hours in those prime inner city car parks, they probably won't have a job at the end of the day because the shops will have no customers and so they won't have a job. So I think, you know, the reason for it is to free up those inner city prime car parks so people can keep the shops afloat, people can go to lunch, they can go and have their hair done, whatever they're doing. And I think it's quite fair to ask our workers to walk just that little bit further. Has been mentioned that the outer car parks are incentivised by longer hours and cheaper cost. And honestly, in a perfect world, everybody to have what they want, but it's not a perfect world, and we cannot manufacture more car parking, and nobody will be building any because, as a matter of fact, nobody wants to pay for it. So at the end of the day, this is a strategy in trying to manage the parking that we have to get the best results for the people, the commercial areas of the CBD. And that's not easy. Everyone won't agree with it, and if you consult with people, they'll all say they want free parking as closest to where they work, and I'd be the same. I'm exactly the same. So I think that we just need to understand why, in the first place, we need a parking strategy. We've got a finite number of car parks that are in the CBD. If we want the shops to be successful, we have to have turnover of people. Thank you.
Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just following on from Councillor Tim's just formatting, really tiny thing. But on page 47, sorry. Yeah, well, page 47, I just found it difficult to read initially, just with the key focus areas of 1 to 6, and maybe if there's just a key of what 1 means, 2 means, 3 means. It's very minor and it's not even part of this, but I just thought at the top of that section, if you could just say what each of those numbers mean.
It's actually, they're the key focus areas.
And I know I skip, but there's page 38 and then the reference on page 37. So maybe just a reference to page 37 or something.
Yeah, I was just going to say we could...
it's very minor.
Yep.
It's just the editor in me, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Okay, I do have one. Marie, sorry. And it hits the core of the idea of making our parks 8 hours just to the edge, or as the drive to keep people out there. The critical message that councillors get on a daily basis is around safety. Safety getting to and from, and then safety in the car park in regard to lighting. And I refer to attachment 3, the confidential. I won't need to go into numbers. But if you go to item 2.7, which is about 4 from the bottom, or 5 from the bottom, it says making it safe, easier and more pleasant to walk to and from parking areas. And it's listed as year 3. It's listed as year 3. Can I make a bold suggestion that 2.7 is far important than 1.1? And I won't say what 1.1 is, but I would suggest to you that 2.7 is far important than 1.1 to actually make all of those things you've talked about, pay by plate, getting people to park places. If it's not safe, if people don't feel safe, then it'll be really difficult to get them to shift. It's an observation, and I know that we're only at the strategy phase, but I would put that as the priority number 1, in fact, before you did anything else. Personal opinion. Any other questions? We have a mover and a seconder. Mover is Councillor Bill, seconder is Councillor Carroll. And they need to go into debate. There's no need to go into debate, Councillor Rebecca. So, Councillor Bill, would you like to open the batting?
Yeah, I was interested to hear Marie's response to your question first.
Yeah, sure. Marie was nodding in an up and down motion.
Sorry, I didn't realise it was a question. I thought it was a statement. Yes, it can be accelerated. I've already done some investigations in terms of assessments we'd need to do in the car parks and the in and around routes in the CBD to look at what we can do to improve safety. Obviously, some of those recommendations may need to come back to council for their consideration, depending on what they are.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks. Over to you, Councillor Bill.
Thanks, Chair. Councillors, I've observed or listened intently to the discussion around the table already, and I just say, colleagues, we need a strategy. We need a point to aim at. The said attachment, the confidential attachment, is indicative, and we've just heard from the officer that the priorities are indicative as well. If we aim at nothing, we hit nothing. Simple as that. I've done a few cycles around here, like Councillor Carroll, and we have a tendency, and particularly on this subject, successions of councils, to be reactionary as to what we think the needs are. And we all have our ideas of what's best, and so do stakeholders in the community. But unless we have a strategy, we don't have a point to aim at. I stress, that table that's giving some grief is indicative. I also stress that some of those initiatives are straight out operational. Once we agree, which is our role, to agree on the overarching framework, it then gives officers the momentum to go away and work through a level of detail, then subsequently to report back to us. Particularly, it'd be ludicrous to think that they wouldn't, particularly as they will have impacts on budget and budget forecasts and reviews. A strategy is always subject to change. Always, always, always. And that's based on opportunities that present themselves in the future. It's also based on challenges that present themselves. And it's also based on subsequent confirmation of detail of each of those elements. That will give change and direction to a strategy. A strategy is not a document that sits on a shelf. A strategy is a live, active document. And I'd suggest we'll be back around the table discussing elements of that. I would like probably 5 cents. I'd make a bit of money for the changes that have been made along the way since amalgamation, because we've wanted to get down in the weeds and be subject matter experts on parking, on compliance, on hours of operation, of who parks where, what does it look like, instead of giving the organisation a head of steam to go forward. And in part of this strategy will be a component will be investigation as well. So I really say, colleagues, let's put a line in the sand and get on with this, because it'll be 24 years at the end of this term, and I don't think we've had a serious strategy to date. And that's not stating anything about officers, previous officers and management. The fact is, I've observed a reactionary process to indicative and antidotal information that comes to council. We have to think forward. The thing is that in 5 or 10 years' time, who's to say that people in higher density living in high-rise won't actually have a group or corporate car that they subscribe to and book time to, and they don't have individual cars themselves. So they're the sort of changes that a strategy needs to accommodate for. That's just one. There's all sorts of things. So please, let's just put a line in the sand here and get on with it. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Bill. Speaker against? Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Chair. So we voted this strategy down in December, and then the motion that we approved was that basically it was undercooked and councillors weren't happy with it, and we needed to have a workshop to improve it. So when I opened the document in our papers this month, I was really hoping that there'd be a tracked changes version. And unfortunately, there's not. So don't worry, councillors, I've done it for us. I've gone through the strategy and I've got 6 post-it notes. That's what's proposed to be changed. So let's just have a look at what those 6 post-it notes actually are. The first one is that we add advocacy to the strategy. I mean, the case should and could be made that advocacy should be part of business as usual. So it's good that it's in there, but we should be doing that all the time. The next post-it note, advocacy. That's advocacy for the whole of the community, so that's really good that that's in there as well. Next post-it note, we get to the sporting and rec grounds. And when we're talking about the parking management plans, they were initially to be required, but now what is proposed is that they're developed as part of existing event management plans to develop a suite of consistent pre-approved parking management plans for sporting and recreational locations where the attendance is expected to be greater than on-site parking. And instead of saying that the permits to use the facilities may also be a condition, instead we're going to say that event organisers are encouraged to include parking and wayfinding information. So that's the next change. And then the last change is under the implementation. And under 2.7, we're saying that when it comes to the amenity and security of our public car parks, we're going to undertake TED audits of off-street car parks to develop a potential improvement list for prioritisation. And even as I go through this, I do realise actually that I'm incorrect, and there was one other proposed change, which my post-it system didn't pick up, but it was to do with the schools. And instead of requiring that the schools enforce the traffic management, that we continue to work with them. And so that's the softening of the language that Manager Marie has been speaking about. And so with that, I guess the question that we have before us is, does that an improved strategy make? Now, I don't think so. I don't think that that's enough to redeem this strategy. It's not all bad by any stretch. There's some good stuff in there, and I thank the officers for the work on that. And we've heard, for instance, from the Chambers of Commerce in the regions that they are particularly interested in making sure that RVs are considered as part of this strategy. And they are, but there's no assurance that those are going to be included. That the wording of this strategy is things like consider options. So at that January 21st meeting that we had as a workshop, I think that there was a real push to convince us that the strategy was solid. And I would have preferred it if we'd been able to have the opportunity to agree on guiding principles that then the strategy could fall under. Because I know that we've now got an implementation plan, but it's of implementing this strategy. So we are the ones that are responsible for setting the strategy. We didn't get a chance at that meeting to talk about, for instance, the budget. And this is just one example, but there are many. We didn't get a chance to talk about the budget. And that's that attachment number 3. And I think that, first of all, it should be made public, and second of all, every single one of us should be worried about the contents of that document, because it shows what we're prioritising, and the Mayor has talked about one of the issues in that budget. Councillor Farquhar's talked about another issue in that budget. It's showing what we're prioritising, and that should be something that concerns this council. So we have to ask ourselves, who is this actually better for now that it's had these changes? And I don't know who it is actually better for. I really sit here and I can't think of who it's actually better for, but I can tell you who I think it's worse for. I think it's worse for CBD office workers. I think it's worse for CBD workers in general. I think it is worse for sporting groups. I think it is worse for nurses and orderlies. And the idea that because the strategy would be implemented from 9 to 5, it doesn't affect shift workers, understates the fact that shift workers often work from, say, 7 till 3 or 6 till 2. So what are they going to do? Come out during a shift, leave the patient on the bed? Guys, I've got to go back, nick out and fill up my parking meter? Come on. And what do we say to them when they come to us and say, this isn't working for us? Do we just say, look, it was a strategy, it was only indicative? This is our moment to be responsible for what we're actually endorsing. So please don't feel like you have to support something just because it's come back to us in a report. We have to endorse what we feel actually comfortable with. And we have to have the humility to say it's still not right if it's not right, because this is something that impacts people every single day when they're mostly going about their jobs. So I ask us to vote this down, and I foreshadow an alternate motion if this is not successful, which is in two parts. The first part would be that this motion and consideration of this parking strategy again be deferred until there is a workshop where councillors have the opportunity to genuinely shape this strategy and address the things that we have said that are a problem. And part two, that we also make that attachment 3, and whatever final budget, high-level pricing that we land on, that we make that public, because we should be able to stand behind that document. We darn well shouldn't be keeping it confidential because there's things in there that we don't want people to know about.
Thanks, Councillor Rebecca. A speaker for the motion. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm quite astounded, to be quite honest with you. As we all know, local government gets 3 cents out of every dollar of taxation revenue raised in this country. 3 cents out of every dollar. Council does not have a magic wand. Education Queensland puts their problems on us with parking. Queensland Health puts their problems on us with parking, and the private hospitals have to provide parking, and the private schools have to provide some parking. What happened here in the CBD, because it's so historic, is that in the first planning scheme where they all came together, they took away the ability for council to levy when they couldn't provide parking for their workers. They took away the ability for council to levy money so they could put it towards building a high-rise car park. That went and nothing replaced it. So then everything then becomes council's responsibility, and we do not have the money to do that. This is a parking strategy. There's chaos out there now. This is a proposed way to try to regulate and manage what we actually have now that isn't working. The parking strategy, and yes, we're looking at RVs, and that was passed last year at LGAQ, but the main urgency of all this is really here in this CBD, because we actually have chaos in the CBD. The half-hour parking, I get around, I drink my coffee in many places, and the half-hour free does nothing but confuse people, particularly older people, and they are quite happy to pay for what they're doing. The parking strategy has always been to encourage turnover for business in this city. If I came in here, when this went back to 1 hour here before we went to the part paid in here, I couldn't come in here. I'd come in here when it was 1 hour and know that I could get a park and walk into the shop where I wanted to go without having... Other than that, people go to shopping centres. It's too hard. So they're happy to pay. It's the cheapest parking in Queensland, and they're happy to pay. They just want to know that when they come down here, they're going to get a car park. There's finite numbers, and we need to optimise, and that's our responsibility, to optimise turnover. It's mentioned about safety. I don't feel safe here walking down to the car park in City Hall. So where did everything become council's responsibility? Safety, lighting, everywhere, and the safety of people. I cannot understand how suddenly... This is a strategy, and as Councillor Carla said, operational, indicative funding, a lot of that is operational. We've got our fingers down into the weeds, and at the end of the day, we do not have a magic wand. We need a strategy. The staff have gone away and tried to do the best with what we've got with assistance. This is a strategy. It is a living document. It will move. The costs underneath it and how it works will be adjusted over time, but we need to have an overarching document. And I actually don't think people understand. Schools are not... The hospital, I remember saying to the base hospital manager at the time, you can build a high-rise for your staff. That's what they should be doing. It's not the schools expand. They've been here in Toowoomba. They've expanded. I know Glenvale went from 125 when my granddaughter was going to prep there, and it's now got about 700 and something students. Education Queensland doesn't plan for any of that, and they don't provide any parking, and that's multiplied over and over across the city, and it's the same with health, with public health. So at the end of the day, this is a parking strategy. What we're doing is trying to manage the finite number of parks that we have in the city centre here and out further. Staff, if they want to have jobs and they want their business to succeed, will be happy to take that lesser charge and move further out. The parking in town in the city centre needs to be able to be used by people wanting to come in here to spend their money and keep those businesses afloat. There's no magic wand. We can't be responsible for absolutely everything. In fact, we're not now. And chaos around sporting fields does need to be managed, happening now. So I don't know why we're saying this strategy is going to increase that or it's going to make it worse. It's happening now. We're in the middle of it now. And you younger people know because you take your kids to sport. And I know because I have grandkids and stuff that go around there. So look, I don't know what councils think their strategy is. A strategy is to try to manage what we have in the most optimised way and to try to provide as best we can to manage what we have around sporting fields and schools and actually to try to provide worker parking at a reasonable cost that they can afford. So I don't know. This is a strategy. And what comes out of it will be managed and it will be a living document. And I don't know, this will sit here for another 5 years if we're expecting everything to be outlined in this strategy. I support it and I thank very much the teams for how they've gone back, worked it out, tried to work through the issues that have been raised and a lot of it that comes out of that is operational. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Speaker against, Councillor Kerry, sorry.
No, just a few brief comments. I support Councillor Von Hoff's comments before and support her foreshadowed motion. With respect to the second part of it, I am conscious of what Councillor Bill had raised before in relation to the confidentiality of some of the items and perhaps the total amount at least could be given as opposed to the individual items. I reiterate what I raised before, the concern of the community as expressed to me might be different to what's been expressed to Councillor Taylor, but to me the free half hour is critical to what I believe our community wants, and the explanation given, understandably, I understand why there are difficulties there, and I understand the situation, but at the end of the day, there is no certainty that the new machines will be able to cater for that first half hour free. And until that can be resolved, I can't support any change. I must say that in my experience, particularly people of my generation, it's not everyone, but they've experienced, especially in the last 10 years, numerous changes to the parking regime in Toowoomba. And there is a fear of coming into town because, how will I organise my parking? How will I pay for it? Where do I go to? Will they accept coin? All of that type of thing. We're raising the level of fear of, particularly of older people, and there is resistance to change. And I think that class of people, or that section of the community, are the ones who, by and large, are used to supporting businesses in town and like coming to town. And I think we risk and I think businesses risk losing that trade if parking is made more complicated than it is. I personally, my observation is that the current system adequately does regulate parking and does a good job in helping the turnover of businesses as well. And of course, it is satisfactory to our citizens. Mention was made, that councils only get 3 cents in the dollar. How many dollars have we got to spare to implement yet another change? And we do have to be careful about how we spend our money, and unless the advantages are dramatic, in my view, we should support what Councillor Vothoff has recommended, that we postpone or this discussion about a strategy to a further occasion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kerry. Speaker 4, Councillor Tim.
Chair, thank you. It is my privilege to, in my heart of hearts, I have to speak for this strategy, and I'd encourage you to do the same by highlighting that it is in fact a strategy. It's a roadmap, colleagues, of where we're heading. This highlights where we're going. I accept that parking in and around our city is and always will be polarising. You sit any 10 people down and ask them their thoughts on parking, you'll get 10 different responses. And so for us to agree on something here, there has to be a little bit of compromise somewhere to get a strategy that we as a region are going. Look at the comment section whenever they talk about parking, mate, and you'll get 30,000 different responses on how it could be done better. Yet here we are. Can I, colleagues, fill you in on the history of this? To correct the record that this was actually passed in its current form at a committee level by majority verdict. It came to the ordinary meeting the next week and councillors decided, no, there is some stuff we want to workshop in this. Let's turn it down to have that workshop, and I was happy to do that. We had the workshop. It was great, my opinion. The conversations that we needed to have were had. The give and take, the issues that we raised were all brought up in that workshop, and I think it went really well. So I suppose, what do we hope to achieve by another workshop? We've had the conversations, and this idea that what are the overarching principles of this strategy? Well, there are many, but I want to highlight one in particular. For page 13 of the strategy, talk about access, and the idea is park once, then walk. And so if I could perhaps correct the record of this rather emotive analogy of the nurse leaving the bedside at midnight to go down and put money in the parking meter, is perhaps the opposite of what this strategy is trying to implement. The idea that you park once. Any city in the world that is large, that is bigger than us, has these issues. And why I support it is because we are a growing city. We are now no longer the country town. We are in fact the large, big city, and we have to deal with big city issues. And if you go to Brisbane and say, we're getting involved in how you pick up the kids at 3:05 or where the doctors park, they'll laugh and say, mate, we don't even get involved in that. There has to be some form of, if you own a business, whether it's Harvey Norman or you run a sporting club or you're a school or you're a hospital, you run the hair salon in the CBD, that has to come into play with how you manage the parking that comes to your business. Every business has to do it to some extent. I think the proposed change, and thank you to Councillor Rebecca for the post-it notes, because I knew what the changes were, but you've alliterated them better than I could. I think the sporting change is great. We'll work with you on your parking management plans, which were already required if you're going to host a large event. So, colleagues, as we move towards 200,000 in this region in a couple of years, and a city that is now no longer a small town, if you want to come to the shops, we're going to help you do that. If you want to work there and you're going to hold the park for 8 hours, unfortunately, in any city, you're either going to have to pay a lot of money in Brisbane or walk a few more blocks, and I'm happy with that compromise. So, colleagues, on balance, I support this strategy and I support where it's going, hence why I speak in favour of it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. Speaker against. Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strategy is our purview. And this is what we, as councillors around this table, have the responsibility to drive and direct and get the strategy right. Once the strategy is set, it is certainly the operational purview to implement. But if we don't get it right, we then lose our opportunity to drive fairness and economic development. Our opportunity is lost. If councillors don't feel supportive 100% of this strategy, then it's our responsibility to ensure we don't support this policy as it stands. With the numerous iterations of this strategy over several terms, it's inherent on this council to ensure that we get it right. Growth is inevitable, so it's even more imperative that we get this right. The strength and viability of the CBD, the safety of our health workers, the safety of our shift workers in the CBD are reliant on those around this table to ensure that they are safe. If you don't feel that this strategy ensures that safety, ensures that fairness, ensures that economic development for our CBD, and that this strategy doesn't support that 100%, then councillors, please, let us do our job and get the strategy right. Let's workshop it more if you don't feel that it answers the safety, the fairness, the economic development of our CBD and our region. Let's workshop it and get this strategy right.
Thank you, Councillor Melissa. Speaker for the motion, Councillor Gary.
No, I just think we've spoken about this for too long. It's been going on for too long. It's a strategy which will change over time. It's something we're never going to get perfect. And it will change, same as housing will change, everything will change. And I think if we don't vote for this today, I don't think we'll be another 10 years and still talking about it. So I'm 100% for this proposal.
Thanks, Councillor Gary. Speaker against the motion, Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair. And look, I appreciate both sides of this argument, but for me it comes back to strategy and objectives and outcomes, and there's no real objectives or outcomes of how we're going to measure success with this. We've talked time and again about lighting and safety, increasing the ability of park and pay. They're all back-ended at the end of the budget. Again, showing that there's no real priority from the business to put these in there. Going out to public consultation, yes, we'll have a number of, everyone will have their view and it will be very wide and varying, but I think we need to look at easing the burden on commuters, and encouraging economic growth. And we discussed the budget as being flexible and we could move this here and there, but for me, it's again not coming back to our overall objectives and the outcomes of what we want to achieve. So for me, I can't support this in its current form.
Thanks, Councillor Edwina. We nearly run out of people. I think we have, haven't we? Oh, Trevor. You want to speak? Okay. You want to speak for? No. If not, Councillor Bill, I'll go back to you.
Yeah, colleagues, look, I say what I said before. We've got to have something to aim at. We talk about strategy. The principal question we need to ask ourselves is, What do we want? We want a walkable city that's accessible by the region. And that's bigger than the parking strategy, but the parking strategy is an important component. So it's simply not true that we have one opportunity with a strategy. Let me tell you why. We often call in strategic intent and documents that have been, decisions that have been made in the past for review. In actual fact, we have an annual policy review and there's a schedule of that, those policies. So this strategy is about, as I said, a line in the sand, and it evolves. As Councillor Gardner's more than adequately put, things change. No measurement is simply not correct. We have reviews, we have officers' reports, we have specific items as part of a strategy, and that's the next level of what we're deciding on. They come back to council all the time and are measured. And if they're not right, we go, we want to change that. I've been in a few of those discussions. It is about everyone. What do we want? A walkable city accessible by the region. Sorry, it's not just about the workers, because that's why we're in part of the problem, the problems we've got. We've been reactionary to the status quo. It's about the whole of the community. And I'm not going to pick on particular sectors of workers, but we generally know where the pressure points are. It's like water. It's like waste. It's about user pays based on the consuming of a finite resource, and in this case, a finite space. So we have to have an orderly, structured way forward. And Marie, I'm confident in your ability and others and the staff, particularly from your background out of our capital city. I have a degree of comfort that we will work through this intelligently. We will have multiple touch points, and that it is the first step, the real step forward that we need to give officers direction so that they can bring coordinated proposals back to us under this strategy. I will pick on one final thing, because I don't like to get into because we're talking, a lot of this conversation is about the next level down from the overarching principles of the strategy. But there was mention about chamber, parking, RV. But there wasn't enough emphasis placed on the word consider. And that's what a lot of this will be in the strategy. So I urge you, councillors, let's set some direction and legacy for those who will come behind us. Because I haven't been able to date, set much legacy in, it'll be 24 years at the end of this term, for the lack of coordinated strategy and an approach. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bill. That does conclude debate. Now, before I go to the vote, Councillor Rebecca, you indicated a foreshadowed motion if this was just lost, and I'm not sure if you had a chance to furnish that with Deanne.
I've just sent Deanne an email 2 minutes ago, Mayor.
Okay, so it reads that 1, council defer consideration of the Toowoomba Region's parking strategy until a council workshop is held before April 2026. And 2, so you're thinking that it would come back to council at a meeting, obviously following the workshop. We'll do the workshop before April. And 2, councillors receive legal advice about making confidential attachment 3, making public. Okay, now that's a foreshadowed motion. Workshop before April 2026, and subsequently it would come to council. Do you want to put that in there as well? Subsequently come to council in the May round of meetings. Yeah, so at its ordinary meeting, probably. Return to council at its ordinary meeting. That's your, okay. So councillors, we have a motion, which is the original motion, which is moved by Councillor Bill and seconded by Councillor Carroll. We'll get it up on the screen. Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Yeah. The motion before us is that Council 1 approve the attached draft Toowoomba Region Parking Strategy Attachment 1, subject to the additional amendments outlined in this report, and 2, support the implementation of the 5-year action plan outlined in Section 10 of the Toowoomba Region Parking Strategy, including the first 12 months as detailed in Attachment 4. We do have some declarations of conflict of interest here that we'll record, so we'll record the votes for this as well. Those in favour? You got this one, Dan? Councillor Gary, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Bill and Councillor Tim. Those against? 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4. And the opposite, those against. Okay, that motion is lost. We then go to the foreshadowed motion. We'll read that one out again. The mover, do we have a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Trevor. Okay, I'll read it. That council defer consideration of Toowoomba Attachment 1 until a council workshop is held before April 2026. Before the conclusion of April 2026, eh? Before the end of April, before end April, before end April. Okay. with our report to return to council at its ordinary meeting in May. And 2, the council has received legal advice about making public confidential attachment 3. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Trevor. And they need to go into debate. No need to go into debate. Those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those against? Okay, so it's this, Deanne, for your recording, it's the same vote structure as the previous one. However, this motion is carried. Comfortable with that? Councillors, we will break for 10 minutes. 10 minutes. And return. And when we return, we'll continue the meeting at attachment 12.3. Thank you for the way in which that was carried out too, by the way, the debate. Appreciate it. Moved by Councillor Kerry to adjourn for 10. Seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Thank you, Deanne. Councillors, will resume the meeting at item 12.3, which is the Public Art Reference Group, Life Flight, a very big trail. Sounds very exciting. Now, Nick, are you handling this one? I'll hand over to Acting CEO Nick Hauser to introduce the item, and then we'll go to questions if there are any. Thanks, Nick.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, just give a very big report, and I guess take the report largely as read. The report seeks your approval for the formation of a public art reference group to guide the Council's support of the development of Lifelight's a very big trail public art initiative, and Lifelight's requested Council support for that initiative, which is a public art project celebrating Lifelight's 20th anniversary. In accordance with our public art guidelines, an public art reference group is required to review the initiative's art components and intends to use the public realm, including parks and potentially other spaces. Membership of the public art reference group is in accordance with the terms of reference for the procedure that supports this, and includes council representatives and external representatives, including Lifelight.
Thanks very much, Nick. Are there any questions in regard to this one? Councillor Melissa, and then Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Probably not a question as such, but just a comment. I'm really excited to see where this goes. I was at Life Flight, must be 2 weeks ago now, and had a bit of a discussion with the team out there, and it's exciting times for Life Flight, and I think it's a really fantastic opportunity for us, for the Toowoomba region. It's another, was it arrow in our bow or feather to our cap about, I don't know, I'm not very good with sayings, but it's string to our bow, that's it, to establish Toowoomba as a public art trail destination. I think that's really exciting. We've got this is a very strong alignment with our corporate plan. There's zero financial exposure for council. It's a proven model, Wild in Art, and I've had a look at what they've done overseas in places like Manchester. They've done some exciting things there. I really love the community education tie-in, and I think it's a great sustainability loop, and 2027 gives us great timing, lead time. So I'm really excited to see where this goes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll and Councillor Tim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's not a question either, it's a comment, and building on what Councillor Melissa has just said, being on the ground when Life Flight started here and local government in the area supported them, and it was underpinned by Clive Berghofer. Initially it was only here for the weekends, and the need became great, but commenting also on this, what they've done for community over the years, but why it's a bear is that I probably owned about 50 of them because it was a fundraising thing, and they had cricketer bears and soccer bears and fairy bears and all those sorts of things, and so there couldn't be anything more apt to actually, for people, that they used to ring and they'd sell these, and I can't remember how much they were, but they were their major fundraising apart from functions and things that they had. So just to explain that, and I think that I think it's wonderful, and I guess I note in there that it says that it'll be for a particular amount of time, and I would hope that at some stage, we might discuss making some of those things. Life Flight will, I hope, always be a part of our community, providing the services that they do, and it's the biggest base in Queensland. So I guess that it'd be nice to see a permanent recognition in our area. It does mention that somewhere, but that's later to come, I think. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll, for some of that background. Noting, I should have mentioned that attachments 1 and 2 are confidential at this stage as well. Councillor Tim.
Oh, thanks, Chair. I do have a question. I think this is great. I'm particularly interested in this. Could I be on it?
What do you want to do, mate? Sorry?
Well, I know
Tim?
it'd be a change to the motion, but could I volunteer?
Oh, you actually want to be on the public art
services
reference
to be
group?
on the park?
This will open up a session. I reckon there'll be a few might have exactly the same thing.
Well,
There we go.
Happy to talk through with the chair.
An extra two.
Chair, but
How about we get to where we are with the motion, and I'm sure once that meeting has held, it'd be ideal probably to get a bit of feedback from Lifelight. They might actually present to us to give us more information. That might be the first step. And
well, we're kind of signing off on the members right now, Chair.
well, Councillor Tim, we have a motion. More than happy for you to make an amendment if you'd like to. It's up to you. That's the process we'll go through.
Can I ask through you to Councillor Melissa, would you mind?
This is very, very unusual to be doing this.
Why? Every other park comes to us to pick the members.
No, it's very unusual to go through this process of asking someone who's mentioned in a motion if they have...
Okay, well, I'll retract the question.
Thank you. I appreciate that. If you'd like to be added to the motion, more than happy for you to make an amendment to the motion for another person on there. That's up to you.
All right.
You'd like to do that?
Sure.
Okay.
I thought you were going to go to other questions. Could I please, Chair, change the recommendation to include Councillor Tim McMahon as a member of the PARG?
Yeah, we can put that in there. We haven't actually got a motion. This is actually just a recommendation of officers at this stage. So if you want to go down the path of that, that's just changing. You're just adding that in there. Keep in mind, once we do have a mover of the motion and a seconder, you'll be in there. If it's voted down, then there will need to be an alternate motion.
That'll be a tough day at work.
Well, it might be a real kick in the guts if you get that out.
Probably.
Anyway, at the moment, that's in there. Councillor Trevor, you had your hand up. Particular reason?
As a Toowoomba Regional Council and regional and personally art fanatic, but this could end up being a whole, obviously the reference group have come up with this list of people. Obviously that group, once it's established, could ask for other people to join if they wish. I think that would be the best way to do it. Otherwise, we're going to have 5 councillors on this group and skewing the whole thing. So, but I think it'd be better if the reference group, if they wish to add individuals from wherever in the community to the group, that may be the best way to go.
I might just make a comment. At the moment, we've got Councillor Tim on there. The reference group, the reference panels do allow, and I know councillors have been on these public art reference groups before, and there's been up to 3, I think, councils at a time. So it's not new to do that. Given the subject matter and what Nick has mentioned in regard to art, in regard to our public property, and in regard to parks, given the portfolios of parks and property services, it probably does make sense that you do have those 3 councillors on there. It's an observation. So, Councillor Trevor, if you'd like your name to be included on this, happy for it to be included, that will max out the 3 councillors.
Yeah, it'd be great for that to happen.
I'm working through in my mind why you would be on there.
Okay.
And it makes sense from a property and a parks perspective. If they will be in public places, then it probably does make sense. Okay. Right, we've got a motion before us. Councillor Kerry, you'd like to be on there? Okay.
I note that it's stated that at this stage there's no financial contribution by council to be being requested. And that's specifically mentioned. Does that sort of highlight to you as CEO a warning that something might well be coming in the future?
Thanks, Councillor Shine. No, not directly. There's potential that may be an additional request around council being a member partner in the art trail, but there'd be no obligation on us to do that. So I don't want to get into too much detail and steal Lifelight's thunder. I think, they would like to launch this in a certain way and have secured partnerships and sponsorships and other things. It's possible there'd be a request of council to consider on its merits and in its own right separately to, supporting the establishment of this trail in parks and on public property. Council may choose to be a partner and participate in, the provision of some of that art as well, but that would be a separate matter for us to consider if and when that request comes.
Councillor Carroll, you indicated you'd like to be on this group at the same time. It's perfectly fine. Yeah, well, the council's decision can always make exceptions, Councillor Carroll. So, if you'd like to be on there particularly,
it's a little bit. Sorry, I'm sorry, I couldn't stand up.
That's okay.
It's a little bit intimidating to have 4 councillors on a panel. It's a little intimidating for the rest of the panel.
Well,
and I mean, I've only been here for 26 years, so.
Well, Councillor, I've given you the option to be on the group if you. I've given you the option to be on there if you'd like to be added. So it's completely up to you. Councillor Carroll, it's completely up to you. If you'd like to be on there, more than happy to put you on that. You'd like to be on there? Okay. Well, councillors, we have a motion before us. I don't propose to read that out in full, if you don't mind. Noting that Councillor Melissa Taylor would be the chairperson, Councillor Tim and Councillor Trevor are included in the Public Art Reference Group. So we have a mover of the motion. Moved by Councillor Gary, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Any need to go into debate? No need to go into debate. Those in favour? Those against? Motion's carried. Thank you. We then move to item 12.4, councillors, which is a motion for ALGA, which is the Australian Local Government Association Annual Conference. It's a proposed motion and it is listed on the screen. And it's, if I could, Nick, I'll hand over to you, but in doing so, can I just say from the outset that this is a direct motion from feedback from the Multicultural Advisory Committee of councils. We're in that last week, and hearing from them about opportunities that we should deliver as a local government towards the federal sphere in regard to this area to make it better for those that settle and those that actually provide that service. So that's the overarching reasons for this coming to council. So thank you to Nick and your team for bringing this forward, noting that you had feedback from our multicultural officer as well in assisting to put this together. So Nick, I'll hand over to you and then we'll go to questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. Without going into the merits of the motion, I guess I'd just reiterate the statement that you made around this being brought to the attention of council through the deputation of our multicultural committee only a couple of weeks ago, and the local government, the Australian Local Government Association, holds its conference and calls for motions from councils, and it's we bring those potential motions here for you for your consideration and endorsement. So it's been suggested this one be put forward. We've brought it here to you for your consideration, and if you're supportive, then we would go forward with preparing that motion and submitting it for the conference.
Nick, would you like to, I'm happy to read it all out, noting that Fatima Zahra is here as well, and Daryl, thank you. Fatima Zahra, I'm not sure if you heard my opening remarks to this item. It was in relation to direct feedback from our Multicultural Advisory Committee that this motion has been brought to council today to go to the Australian Local Government Association. Nick, Acting CEO Nick, just for clarity, so that we all know what we're voting for. I know there's a fair bit in that to read, but if you could go through that, that would be useful, I think. Thank you. I'm happy to read it if it's difficult for you.
All good. Thank you, Mayor. The proposed motion is that the National General Assembly calls on the Australian Government to 1. Introduce a settlement location protocol requiring proactive pre-arrival engagement with host local government areas and local service networks for humanitarian placements under humanitarian settlement programs, including written notification of expected arrival volumes, timing and cohort characteristics at the local government level. 2. Provide local governments with quarterly, forward-looking local government level settlement and migration information for all streams, 12 to 24 months, including improved visibility of secondary migration, with this information provided directly to councils for planning purposes to support local services, infrastructure and community planning. 3, reform settlement service funding models so that resourcing is responsive to actual LGA resident numbers, including secondary migration inflows, and capable of supporting longer tail integration beyond the current 12 to 18-month horizon where local data demonstrates need. 4, provide advanced advisory information to LGAs on employer-sponsored and other non-humanitarian entrants settling in regional areas where feasible and privacy compliant, enabling councils to anticipate and mitigate pressures on housing, transport, language support and community infrastructure. And 5, embed the National Settlement Framework through a standardised data sharing memorandum of understanding with local government and provide funding for LGA level coordination capacity, such as settlement networks, intercultural convening or community integration initiatives in regions experiencing sustained arrival volumes.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Nick. I do appreciate that. Fatima Zahra, we thank you very much for bringing the Multicultural Advisory Group together for us. It was very important information, and we feel, certainly Nick feels this covers off on what that does. Given that you are here, Fatima Zahra, is there anything you would like to make comment to? There's no need to, but obviously not commenting would obviously support the fact that you've assisted Nick in doing this as well.
I would like to particularly thank Council for taking into consideration the voice of the Multicultural Advisory Committee. Obviously, its initial purpose of bringing voice of the community and the different service providers in the sector in general to Council. It is really heartwarming to see that the work of the Multicultural Advisory Committee endorsed today through an active action that is the collective voice of Council at the National General Assembly of the Australian Government conference. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Fatima Zahra. I do appreciate that. And another good example of why we had advisory committees, so that we can get that information through. Councillors, you're happy to move, Councillor Carroll. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Tim. Any conversation, debate? If not, I go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. And again, thanks, Fatima Zahra, for all you do. And Daryl, appreciate you being here as well. Councillors, we move then to item 12.5, which is a change of council committee meetings and ordinary meetings for council for June. It's a really administrative situation. The motion is the council meeting scheduled for the Tuesday the 9th and Wednesday the 10th of June be now held on Tuesday the 2nd of June 2026 and Wednesday the 3rd if required, and 2, that the ordinary meeting scheduled for Tuesday the 16th of June be now held on Tuesday the 9th of June, and 3, that public notification be undertaken in accordance with section 254B, public notice of meetings of local government regulation. Any questions in that regard? Moved by Councillor Trevor, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, there are no matters for which notice has been given. Is there any other general business that aren't in the papers that anyone would like to raise to be considered? If not, councillors, we will adjourn our meeting now and then return at 12:45. And for those in the gallery and those online, our next item will actually be to close the meeting to the public when we return for an item that will be, or 2 items in fact, in confidential. So we'll return, councillors, at 12:45. Moved. Someone to move. Moved by Councillor Melissa, seconded by Councillor Kerry. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Thank you. Councillors, we resume the meeting, and I call for a closure of the meeting in accordance with Section 254J3 of Local Government Regulation 2012 to consider a couple of items, first of which is the Empire Theatre Foundation Limited appointment of trustees and directors. Bit premature. Appointment of directors, the second of which is the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report. So the motion now is simply to close the meeting. Can I have someone to move to close? Moved by Councillor Melissa, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Thank you. We have a motion before us is 16.1, and then we'll be dealing with 16.2 after that, Nick, just to let you know. 16.1 is a confidential Empire Theatres Foundation Limited appointment of trustees, directors, and the motion is the council resolve to appoint the following nominated staff as directors for the Empire Theatres Foundation Limited for the 3 years commencing 17 February 2026. Mr Nick Hauser, Ms Tani Pearce and Mr Paul Reynolds. Have someone moved by Councillor Carol Taylor, seconded by Councillor Tim McMahon. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. We then move to 16.2. Now, this is the CEO's report. Nick, just from a subject matter perspective, we haven't dealt with conflicts of interest in regard to 16.2. But if it's of a particular matter or matters that may prompt some conflicts of interest, declarable conflicts of interest, then it'd be handy just to know broadly what the subjects might be.
Thank you, Mayor. There are two broad subjects to update councillors on. One is an update on in relation to Empire Theatres Proprietary Limited, and the second is GM Water and Waste Services. Jake Passy will provide an update on pumped hydro. On the pumped hydro project.
Thank you very much, Nick. So that being the case, for the former Empire Theatres, I know that Councillor Melissa and myself have had previously conflicts of interest. So when we get to that matter, which we'll do second, we'll do that second. When we get to that matter second, we'll get more information from you. And if it is determined that we do have a conflict, we will deal with it and obviously leave the room if we need to at that stage. Comfortable with that? Therefore, I ask that we move to go into closed session to deal with item 16.2. Moved by Councillor Trevor. Seconder, Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We'll get the door open there. Oh, thanks, Nick. Councillors, we will resume the meeting. We're dealing with item 16.2 and noting there were no declared conflicts of interest for item 16.2, the subjects that were raised. The motion for item 16.2 is simply that Council note the Chief Executive Officer's advice. Someone move. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Gary. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, we move then to group reports, which is item 17, and 17.1 is the Planning and Development Group Report, noting message from GM Ed, unable to attend today. Acting CEO Nick, you're comfortable to work through the Planning and Development Group Report, basically as read, I'd assume.
Yeah, that's right, Mayor. Take the report as read. I'm aware of one question that was provided in advance for Ed, and I have a suitable answer to read to respond to that question.
Thanks, Councillor Trevor.
That would be me who sent the question notice to GM Ed. Question is, owing to considerable interest and public interest in two DA applications, Mount Lofty subdivision and the Drayton Wellcamp Road subdivision, can you update the community members where TRC is at with both applications?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Trevor. Thanks for the advance notice, and to GM Ed for his advice, which is council officers continue to work through the detailed assessment of both the Drayton Wellcamp Road and Rifle Range Road applications. The detailed assessment will take into account properly made submissions in line with legislative framework, and I thank the community members who have engaged in the development process to raise matters that ought to be considered during the assessment. Recommendations will be provided in due course to council to decide the applications. As there remain key steps in the process to come that are outside of council's control, I'm unfortunately not able to provide a time for this to occur with reliability.
Thank you, GM Ed, via text or email.
He's probably watching online, so appreciate that. Councillors, any other questions for 17.1 Planning and Development Group Report? If not, the motion is that the Planning and Development Group Report be received. Moved by Councillor Trevor, seconded by Councillor Gary. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously, noting those three councillors plus Councillor Edwina absent for that particular vote. We move to 17.2 and welcome Jake Passio back, GM for Water and Waste. Thank you, Jake. This is your monthly report, and I'll hand over to you, Jake.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and good afternoon, councillors. Before I table my report, I just thought I'd give councillors a bit of an update on the state of the dams. I understand that there was certainly a great prediction of great rain over the weekend. Unfortunately, my colleagues at the BOM might have not quite got things quite right. But as we stand since last Thursday at 9 a.m. and as of this morning, Kubi Dam is now at 92.1%, so approximately 10 millimetres of increased level, with 22 millimetres of rain in the catchment. Perseverance Dam's at 85.2%, about 60 millimetres lower than it was last Thursday, and had 66.6 mils of rain. Crestbrook Dam sits at 75.39%, with an increase of 10 millimetres, having 47.8 millimetres of rain in the catchment. So whilst we did get a little bit of rain, we haven't seen any of that transpire into inflow into the dams, which means that the catchment itself was quite dry and a lot of that rain was soaked up. So just a bit of an indication to councillors on that.
Thanks very much, Jake. Appreciate the update. Councillors, any other questions for Jake, Water and Waste? If not, the motion before you is that the Water and Waste Group Report be received. Moved by Councillor Kerry, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. We move then to item 17.3 and welcome back to GM Mike Brady, Infrastructure Services Report for the month of February. Thank you, Mike. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and through you, councillors, please find the Infrastructure Services Group report for January 2026 tabled for your consideration. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, GM Mike. Questions for Infrastructure Services Group? The only thing to note there, Mike, is in regard to, which I changed in my mayoral report in regard to the opening,
yes.
Which hasn't said, as you said, that it's planned or scheduled, so I don't think we need to make any changes there.
No.
So that's fine. So the motion before us is that the Infrastructure Services Group report be received. Have someone move the Infrastructure Services Group, moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Gary. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We then move, thank you very much, Mike. Thank you. We then move to item 17.4, which is the Environment and Community Services, and we've got GM Nick, acting CEO and acting GM Planning and Development. So this is your substantive role, Nick, so we'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, the group report for the Environment Community Services Group is attached to the agenda papers for your reference, and take that report as read. Happy to take your questions.
Thank you very much, Nick. Questions? Councillor Trevor, Councillor Kerry.
I did send 3 questions to GM Nick prior to the meeting, and I believe he's happy to answer them. Question 1, once I get back into my phone so I can get it. With the closure of the Toowoomba Regional Art Gallery pre-Christmas, and I know there's been a public press release yesterday, can you give the public an update on its current status, likelihood of reopening, as lots of members of the public have been asking this question of me in going around the region? And that's question 1, there's 2 more.
Thanks, Councillor Trevor, and thank you for the advance notice. Yeah, and you'll note that in the report we provided an update around the art gallery. This time there's also a press release that went out yesterday. So reading from the report, and I'll add some additional detail as well, but in our report we say building rectification works are progressing at the Toowoomba Regional Art Gallery to address roof issues and damage to parts of the internal building. The gallery has been closed since Friday, November 14, when intense rainfall damaged the building. The gallery is expected to remain closed until at least mid-2026. Some artwork was affected and activities to treat, restore and rehouse items are continuing. We're also looking at other ways of providing access to engage with arts and culture, and a good example of that is our collaboration with Uni SQ through the Colour Pop exhibition. It was planned to be held at the Toowoomba Regional Art Gallery last year. It's now being held as an initiative of Toowoomba Regional Art Gallery, delivered in partnership with the University of Southern Queensland, and it'll run from 10th of March until the 10th of April at the Uni SQ Art Gallery. So we're looking for those initiatives and others, noting the extended period of closure for the art gallery, which is, unfortunate, and I know it's members of our community very much value it and like to have access, so we're looking for other ways to provide that access whilst we work through the rectifications.
Thanks, Nick. Second question, Empire Theatre Restaurant, any updates on how close we are to appointing a new restaurateur for this loved area of Toowoomba?
Thank you. Yes, we are getting close to that. We've been working through the expression of interest in the assessment of that process, and the assessment report is in its final stages. Don't want to overcommit around announcements, but I'm expecting that to be imminent in the next week, possibly, or the next couple of weeks, to make some announcements in that space.
Thank you. And the third question, and I will continue asking this every month, the Circular Communities update. Can we please have an update regards monitoring the re-emissions and noise from this factory, as I believe there is a report due on the 23rd of February, which is coming up, to TRC. I still get daily, weekly reports from neighbours complaining about smells, noise and facility working all hours of the night.
Thanks, Councillor Trevor. Our officers are engaging closely with community residents there and also with the operators, and those complaints are being referred through to us as well, and so we're working on that. So we've been progressing compliance actions with the operator over recent weeks. A show cause notice was formally issued on the 23rd of January under the Planning Act, and as part of that process, the operator has been directed to undertake noise and odour monitoring at their own cost and to provide the results to Council for assessment. The operator is required to submit their written response to the show cause notice by the 23rd of February, as you've suggested. Following receipt of that, Council may issue an enforcement notice if the response or proposed rectification measures are considered unsatisfactory. Whilst that information is correct, we also issued a separate environmental investigation notice under relevant environmental legislation. That notice allows a longer response period with the information required by the 6th of March. And as they are two separate notices issued under different acts, one relating to the development approval and the other relating to environmental authority licences, there's some minor differences in those applicable timeframes that we need to work through. So we're working through both of those things very actively at the moment. I've been informed and of the understanding that those monitoring activities are underway right now.
Okay, that's great to know. So we've got two different reports coming between now and probably the next ordinary meeting. So we'll have updates either prior to that or at the next ordinary meeting of which way this whole thing
Should
will
be
go.
able to provide an update at the next ordinary meeting. Yes, we'll have those in sufficient time for us to have reviewed those reports and start to form some views.
So keep up the good work there, because neighbours are generally concerned, and as far as I'm concerned, once that other retirement village will be built next door, the ongoing issue will just get worse and worse if we can't come up to some happy mediums somewhere along the line.
Thank you. Councillor Tim.
Chair, thanks. Interesting one, Nick, with the CEO hat on. I just need it noted that under the attachment 2, a party that I have a conflict with has in fact applied for the temporary entertainment permit in one of our parks. And I know this is for noting, but if you could just be noted through the official channels that I noted that conflict exists. Thank you.
I think that
there's no decision. There's no. But the fact that you've raised it is honourable, but it hasn't affected your need to actually do anything further, though.
I'd say necessary rather than honourable, but thank you.
No, well, you actually didn't need to, because it was noted, it was listed on there. There's no decision for council, so you didn't need to. Councillor Shine, you got a question?
Thanks, Chair. Just referring Acting CEO GM to the Conservation and Pest Management section of your report in relation to wild dogs, mating dates, etc. Just wondering if you could give a brief background to this and degree of activity that's taken place and what's planned.
Thank you, Councillor Shine, and again, thanks for the advance notice. And I know you just asked for a brief update, but I've got a reasonably comprehensive update here from the team, so I will read what they've provided me. And the advice is, historically, Council's delivered the wild dog scalp bounty program and the wild dog baiting program as two separate processes, and with separate community touch points as well. So while both initiatives have operated consistently for many years, engagement with each other has occurred independently. In terms of activity, bait distributions remained relatively strong and consistent over the past decade, generally ranging between approximately 5,600 and 12,500 baits per year. Recent years show continued solid uptake between 8,500 and 10,500 baits distributed annually. In contrast, the scalp numbers have declined significantly over time from a high of 600 to 700 scalps per year, showing marketable declines from 2020 onwards, where only about 100 scalps per year are being presented. The change for 2026 does not introduce a new control measure, but rather integrates those two long-standing programs operationally by aligning baiting station engagement with scalp bounty collection points. Council can use officer time more efficiently while whilst also improving education and awareness. Importantly, some participants in one program may not be fully aware of the other, and by combining those touch points provides us an opportunity to promote a more coordinated and informed approach to wild dog management across the region.
Thanks for the question. Thanks for the answer. Any other questions, queries or comments? If not, the motion before us is simply that the Environment Community Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. We then move to item 17.5, which is the Corporate Services Group report for the month of February. And welcome back to GM Anne-Marie. Thank you.
Good afternoon, councillors. I'm happy to take the report as read, but will refer you to the very last page of your paperwork today, which is the dashboard that we spoke about earlier this morning with the our grants dashboard. So happy for you to have a look at that, and if you've got any feedback, just send me through an email and we can improve that for your use. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. Questions or comments in regard to the Corporate Services Group report? If there are none, the motion then is as follows, that the Corporate Services Group report be received. We have someone moved by Councillor Melissa, seconded by Councillor Gary. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Anne-Marie, very much. So, councillors, we move to item 18, which is the conclusion of the meeting. And in doing so, thank you all for your attendance and the spirit in which we've undertaken the meeting today. There's some healthy debate, and we've got two decisions to move forward in the manner in which the majority have voted. So thank you for your attendance, GM, Acting GM Nick. Thank you to those who participated, and Deanne, thank you very much. Been a lot of different things to do today, so appreciate your work, Deanne. Thank you. Thanks very much.